What's up? Saw on TV, you are the only one. You've fallen. If I can't leave you, lost and abandoned, nobody follows, nobody sees what's true. There's days that I cannot stranded, nobody follows, nobody sees what's true. My life is on you. That's the best way. Yo! Hello. Found ways to rescue me. I got it! Welcome, Arashi. Thank you for the sub.
He has arrived.
I have arrived. Today is going to be spicy. Have you guys ever had like habanero, ghost pepper, anything like that? I want you to imagine habanero, but replaced with literal gunpowder. That's going to be today. It might be the greatest day
Welcome back,
in the history of your life.
King. Oh, how I've missed you.
Thank you,
These
Frosty
trying
Dog. Hello,
times of
Sleepy.
defense matrix and micro missiles.
Hello, Sync. Man, if only somebody could have warned you guys that Diva was a problem before she was a problem. I'm on my my smug I told you so arc, guys. Actually, that's been like the last 29, 30 years of my life, so that's maybe not fair. I just finished the crosswords, so I'm ready. Who does crosswords, dude? Do you know when I do crosswords? I do crosswords when I'm like flying and there's like nothing better to do. You know what I'm saying? That's a serious problem right there. I would not think of the sub. Congrats on your 3 months your bad share. Been out in the Diva hate train. So it's lucky we don't have anybody warn us with Diva real team. Yeah, if we only had some. Hello, biggest cheddar. Spilo villain art goes hard. Oh yes, I've always. See, the thing is that there isn't a. The people that think I'm on my villain arc don't know. They don't know the thing. They don't know what I was doing back in 2018, 2019, and 2020. They don't know the roast coaching stuff, man. They don't. What they don't know won't hurt them, but it might hurt them. What's up, Matt? You thought I retired? Loaded the mechanics, the return of the coach, 2000 mechanics. That's right. What's up, Vrashi? Thank you for the sub. Nietzsche said, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Congratulations to Math, thanks, Rivenel, Payne, Hybrid Zolly, and Cortex. Let's go for pure capasican. Okay, that word is, I can't do that word. Capasican. You don't even spell it right, so I can't do it. I want to get a Twitch app whining about the sub anniversary. Yes. Thank you for the 22 months, Froshi. Go away. Shut up, Vanilla. Yes, Sarah Lee. No, it's fine. It's fine. What's up, Javelin? Hello. Arc implies there is some change. You've always been a villain. That's right. Listen, that's one thing that you and I can agree on. One thing that I can go. We got a lot to go on today. So we have a normal coaching session, but we're seriously going to get sauced out the juice. You guys get what I'm saying? I'm really excited. Yeah. That was spelled. It is spelled correctly? Really? Maybe I'm just dumb. That is a possibility. You're right. Frick. Capsaicin? Capsaicin. It just sounds so bad to say capsaicin. Capsaicin. Okay, that sounds much better. Capsaicin. Yeah, that I should have known. Capsaicin makes a lot more sense. No Kizzy? No. No Kizzy. No Kizzy, no Rizzy, no Slizzy. No Wizzy or Dizzy or Yizzy. The old roast reviews. Yeah. People don't know, man. People don't know the roast from back in the day, man. They went hard. I one time slammed my desk so hard I disconnected my Wi-Fi and the stream ended. And I had to like restart stream. No joke. Never challenged an English as a second language speaker spelling.
The pros don't play like me because I'm a gold/plat brig one trick with simultaneously too many.
Oh, no. Question. Let me elaborate on your existence, Brax. You have too many brain cells, but half of them aren't functioning. So they're just like kind of scattered everywhere. Happy, ding, 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 happy. What the frick are you saying? Now you're much more eloquent with how you flame in reviews. I would say I'm less eloquent. I'm more just like straightforward, but it's kind of boring and is what it is. All right, guys, so we have a replay review here. I have no idea what the frick we're looking at here. So we're going to take a look. I think it's Winston. And then we're going to get down the sauce. I've been really busy the last couple of weeks. Even on my week break, I was way too busy. Life hack, guys. I put this in at the end. Dude, visiting family or doing it, it's not vacation. It's not. It just isn't. It's work. You're sleeping in a strange bed with strange people. Okay, maybe that's not not exactly that. You're okay. Can you back me up on this, Aubrey? Like visiting family is not vacation.
It's not what?
Vacation. It's not a break.
Not unless they're bringing you to Disney World.
Not unless they're bringing you to Disney World. That's well eloquently put. Yes.
It's so cute. That color looks really good.
Thanks, man. Sorry, guys. My wife is hitting on me. It's embarrassing. But yeah, it ain't vacation. I love my family. The family is like fine. We had a pretty good time. It's like, it's still not that super restful, guys. Like we literally finished work and then left. It was just. So I'm like, I need to go home and rest and work. Apparently, so. I'm on my Gen Z or modern lifestyle arc, and I'm not loving it. We're fighting back. We've got to fight the power, guys. You got to fight for your right to sleep and do nothing. So, especially with my work, man, I'm always like, brain's always going. So, I also had a lot of like behind the scenes like projects and stuff that hopefully I'll be able to tell you guys more about in a couple of weeks, depending on how things go with those projects. But yeah, there's been like a lot of, what the frick did this man just do? Yo! We're off to a good start. Let's go. I respect that actually so much. Why are you calling me the itsy bitsy Spilo? He's doing it again. Okay, so let's change the title here. It is Diamond Winston Coaching. Is that the yeah, that's good enough for now. Every time I see you, I just cannot stop imagining you being pregnant. I can see it now. Big belly, roadhog behind you giving you a loving embrace. Just think, you make a great mother, Spilo. 5 weeks. Thank you, Mantu. The solved YouTube. Yeah, I wasn't sure if people were gonna like the solved Juno YouTube video, but I have two animals in me, or two wolves, and I don't think people don't see the second wolf too often. Hello, Michael. Thank you for the 3 months. Enjoy your new badge. Need to bleach my eyes. That goes without saying. Okay, so this is Diamond Winston Coaching. I hope Spell could thoroughly explain my oversights. Thank you for the gifted sub. I can explain my oversights while playing as Winston, so I can avoid this mistake in the future. I want to understand when to engage, disengage, and how to stop dying every single time I die. How often do you play Overwatch per day? I play a lot on weekends, around 3 to 4 hours. Okay. Goals: I want to be a better tank in general. Specifically, I want to coach myself and understand what my mistakes are in every one of my lost games. Well, okay. I didn't reward him. I don't understand the playstyles of Winston's against certain compositions, especially the Summer Tracer matchup. Why is Twitch adding 30 time bits? Why am I getting a first time chatter? Bits for the folding chair fund for hitting the weird wheel. Bro, I don't have a folding chair. I guess that's why you give me bits. Thank you for the bits, Brax. Every time I play unranked games, I perform very well and get a lot of kills whenever I engage. But when I play comp, I feel like everything's changed. I would play poorly and die to taking too much damage. I try to do something. I mean, yeah, that's part of the difference of like unranked and ranked is that like people take ranked a little more seriously, and so they're going to put a little bit more effort into trying to punish your mistakes. And oftentimes that pressure is felt on the tank first because tank is just big person, right? So you're always going to have the impetus of, or the emphasis rather, of people just putting more effort and emphasis onto you. It might also be that the matchmaker and quick play is a little bit more forgiving, and so that you're more often than not the better player or the higher ranked player in the match. So you're saying, Brax, that if you're going to spam me with text-to-speech, you need to do so less often, and so that Twitch will throw in 30 cents every now and then. So yeah. Okay. So what we want to look at here is we're going to actually talk about some of the Winston playstyle stuff a little bit later in our Why the Pros Don't Play Like You. Subtle plug here. That's going to be later in stream. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, like when do you tank trade with Winston and when do you go for backline. But the key thing with Winston is like you want to be taking trades on the enemy where your team is. You want to be on an angle, pressuring the enemy team around where your team can see you. And the key thing with Winston, and the thing that makes Winston so difficult, is that Winston is the most tempo-oriented tank in the entire game. In other words, Winston goes from being almost entirely useless, to being the most powerful character in the entire video game when he has bubble, when he's using bubble. So you need to be asking yourself, what is the best angle, best position, best target for me to be setting up my bubble trade? And can I do so and then not die for it, rinse and repeat? And a lot of that starts with setup, a lot of it starts with high ground and jump engages and so on. But that's what makes Winston so challenging, is like even a Junker Queen without shout does a lot more than a Winston without bubble and so on. Forgot Ramatra from Tempo Tank, hilarious. Ramatra's not even close. For those of you guys that may not get that joke, Ramatra has cycles of pressure, but Ramatra without Nemesis form is infinitely more useful than a Winston without bubble. Nice. Unfailer. Thank you for the kind words. So like, for example, right here, this is like a great example right here where it's like, you know, you are getting value out of that bubble. Maybe it's not the end of the world because you might get it back by the time the fight started, but you got to ask yourself right now, is this the best use of my bubble? Do I need to use bubble right now? Will I need it in the next 10 to 11 seconds? Will the backline walk forward and I will need my bubble to trade backline? It's okay what we did there. That was a pretty decent engage from them, but just keep that in mind that you need to be careful. And then even things like this, I see a lot of Winstons doing this crap. This is the trap of alt fire. I actually think Winston players have like gotten worse since the introduction of alt fire. It's like they've been given a new toy. And so because they have a new toy, they just want to use it all the time, and it baits them to doing like really stupid stuff. Like you're looking at a Sojourn Farah on a Juno. Like that is a lot of poke damage from the medium range. And you're going to do what? How much is alt fire, chat? I'm dumb. Is it 60? I'm really stupid, actually. I'm really just unfair. That works for me. That makes a lot of sense. And you're going to take like a lot more than 60 damage to the face. It's just 50. Okay, even worse. I know that the charge rate is increased. Like, it's okay to use alt fire if it's like... No problem, Big Goose. I appreciate the bits. It was good. So I appreciate the bits. So it's like, you know, sometimes it's okay to poke an individual squishy because you're thinking, hey, 50 damage to their HP pool versus 70 damage or whatever they do to me on my HP pool, right? But you're not peeking one person, you're peeking four. And these people have nothing to shoot other than you. So you're just giving them something to pressure, which then means look at your HP pool. It melts like butter. And now you're demanding healing. And then if there were at a point in time an opportunity for a dive, well, you wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, like, this is insanity. You just don't peek when you don't have bubble. And you also wouldn't even want to peek here even if you did have bubble because you don't want to use your bubble to do no damage. So this is the cycle where people need to just understand the value of doing nothing for just a brief moment or setting up. For example, right now, I think staying on high ground here is pretty much exactly where you want to be. Maybe you'd rotate to here to be able to go for backline if they rotate. But that's not where you really need to be. So then you just don't peek backline. And if you do, you only peek where it's like just the Farah or just the Juno where you can poke at them with alt fire. That's it. Exclamation mark coaching, diabit. I can't, you guys are killing me today. But this is just a lot of unnecessary damage peeking for free. Now you're like, oh, I got slammed. Yes, but if we look at what happens before you got slammed, you're already out of armor. Right? And your backline's not even set up to fight here in the first place, right? Like they're set up to fight here. So you really shouldn't even be pressuring here at all, even if it was a good use of your resources. And this is kind of what we're talking about here. Like, you got to lock in, where is my team fighting? Where am I taking resource trades? I'm going to getting good value out of my bubble. Okay, then when my bubble's down, then how do I set up for the next engage here? Because even this here, it's like, okay, we're getting a little bit of stall, but there wasn't really a lot of thought about how we should approach this fight. Because if you look at this chat, I could point out 3 things wrong with this. Number 1, we're jumping in blind. Number 2, we're not actually landing on anybody. Number 3, we're down a couple of people. We should at least try to wait for a cast to get a little bit closer. And so like that, I mean, that's, there you go, right? So like, this is just kind of jumping in, and then now we're dead. Spilo birth. What? I did listen to it, Matt. It was good. It was actually probably the best. It was probably the best musical, artistic album that was on the card. I wasn't my style because I'm not as big of a West Coast fan. Honestly, I'm not as big of a fan of a lot of rap in general, hip hop in general. But like, it was like really, really well done. At least the album you sent me. Thank you, Loof. Okay, so. Okay. What do you get out of this bubble? You set up here with the intention of maybe dropping on backline to zap people, or maybe they walk through and you zap people. Your bubble is meant to allow you to safely do damage. That's what it does. Your job as your bubble is allowing you to do damage because it blocks CDs, blocks off healing, and so on. What do you get out of this bubble right here? Why are you falling back? Now, I understand giving up space now because you don't have bubble, but this is a good space for you to fight. Or you could even hold this corner here, go this angle here. Or you could even play this flank here and go for backline trades. Maybe you want to play around this high ground here, but the real reason that you have to give up space here is because you just used a bubble for, I don't know what you did with the bubble. Your team was in no position to even damage the enemy team. Like, I respected the crap out of our emoting and stuff, but right now it's like, okay, let's get an engage here. Sure, there you go. There you go. That was great. Now I'll get a little bit of healing here, and maybe we go for a backline trade. I like the fact that we're not even bubbling here, because it's just the ball. We don't need it. All right, let's go. Let's look for a squishy. Yeah, good bubble. It's not great, but I think it was okay. I think the problem here is it just took us a little bit too long to do so, and I'm honestly still not sure why we gave up the choke when our entire team was there. It feels like there's I could smell a misunderstanding of like how Winston plays in here. Like there's something stinks. Something smells in here. Like there's some really good play, followed or sandwiched with some really, really weird decisions. Your job with Winston is to, again, when you have bubble, set up and engage where your team can follow up, not necessarily on your target, but on anything on the enemy team. Shoot the enemy tank, shoot the enemy DPS, supports, whatever. And then you need to be doing damage with your bubble, right? If you could get engaged without a jump, that's great. If you can't, that's fine. But it sometimes feels like a lot of our engages are pretty random here. There's not a lot of strategy about how we're approaching. Yeah, that was good. This is fine. Like, I mean, it's risky because we have to touch, but we're approaching from an angle. We're looking for a squishy. We have a target in mind. We play the bubble. It's a little late of a bubble. To be fair, it is a great sleep from the Ana. But even this is like, this is Winston. Like, this is good. I don't know what's happened for the last few minutes, but this is fine. I would be a little bit scared to leave cart, frankly. And then obviously this primal's a little messy, but it does the job. Just don't C9 here. Yeah, okay, weird. The last 2 fights have been fine. I'm not sure what happened the fights before that, but this has been fine. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde going on right here. All right, we'll keep going. Setting up on high ground, looking for, now again here, where are we? We're playing here. So this is okay, but just keep in mind that with where your team is positioned because of the card, your team is really not in a great position to fight over here. Werewolves gun for a reason. I mean, seriously, we got some 2 wolves thing going on here. So you might want to play maybe here, like, or maybe even like play here or here. Like, I don't know that your team is positioned to fight here. And so now we're using a bubble, just shooting a wrecking ball, and that feels really bad, right? That's again, a huge cooldown commitment just to shoot a wrecking ball, right? It's not the end of the world here. Okay, sure. Where is my team? Where are we fighting? We're not fighting over here, but at least your team is fighting. So like, I guess they're indirectly helping here. Okay. Oh dear, that's a bad EMP. Okay. Yeah, werewolf skin is, yeah. What's the mistake here? Where is my team? Where are you? Your team is backing off here. They're not in a position to help you. In addition to that, you got to be really careful about space that you control without bubble. You're very easy to poke out. This is what I talked about with the bubble thing, right? So we don't have bubble, so we really can't take these. I mean, look at that. We almost died to a support and a DPS, right? And a Pharah and a Juno nonetheless, right? We're not talking about like Bastion here. So now we're having to jump out, then the nano comes out, basically saves our life, and now we're blind jumping. A lot of just random activity right here. A lot of real... No, the nano was probably needed. He would have died on the jump out. He would have died on the jump out if not for the nano. I would like to say right now that our biggest issue is we have no immediately obvious strategy with how we're engaging or setting up at all. We're just jumping around, holding space, not really knowing what... There's no real strategy here. There has to be a logic behind what you do with Winston. I want to go on it. I want to pressure squishies, preferably if I can. And I want to see if I can find a good location so that I can surprise or get on top of those squishies. If I have to use my jump, that's fine. Where's my team? Where's my dive? Where's my team? Where's my dive? Something as simple as that process, I think, would go a long way for you. Like, where's my team? Okay, so where's my dive? Where's my team? Where's my dive? My team is there. Okay, so then where's my dive? Sure. That's fine. Team was behind you. Find the dive. Where is my team? Where's my dive? Okay, so then how do I set up my dive? Now, don't dive now. You don't have bubble. But where's my dive? Where's my dive? Can your team follow up off of this? Can your team follow up off of this? Really important question right now. Now, I know what you guys in the chat are going to say. No. Well, maybe. What's happening over here? What's happening over here? Are my teammates engaged on something else? My concern is I don't think the answer is yes. Maybe they could shoot ball here. But I think here this is a little premature because I don't think there's really any activity from the enemy team at all. Ball is a little hard here. So this engage is good, but it only works because your teammates commit. Your Cassidy is the real MVP here. He sees you in, and he decides to try to follow up. Right? And even your supports are the MVPs. Like, look at what your supports do when they see you pushing up, right? They walk, right? Like, you need teammates like these. Like, credit to your teammates. But I want to put some responsibility on you there that given where your team was, that dive wasn't that intelligent, and and it's still happening here. It's still happening here. I don't think your team wants to fight. Okay, thank you. You're scaring me, though, a little bit. Okay, this is fine. Look at where our team is. This angle is fine. We got a little bit of a... But then this is not. You see, the difference here is just the corner, right? Look at where my team is. What can my team do back here? I mean, really nothing. You see that? Just really, truly nothing. So... it ends up working out, but it costs us, it coalesces just to keep us alive. Just chill. Okay, go now. You have bubble. There you go. That was good. Did we disengage? Excellent. Reset up on your angle here. Maybe even take top here. Or dying cart. Yeah, because we are losing this trade. But it's like little things that are odd. This is, quite honestly, guys, the weirdest VOD review of a Winston I've ever done. There's super heavy swings. And what I encourage you, Caravan, I encourage you to message me any questions that you may have. If I say anything in here where it's like that doesn't make any sense or you're not sure you fully understand, please message me because I think there is a bit of a misunderstanding here and there with what you're trying to do and what you ought to be doing. So I would like to know like where that gap is. Yep. Your team is here-ish, right? So yes, thank you, Matt. Yes. Looking back at that, Matt, that was legitimately some of the worst mechanics I've ever seen on Winston. I watched back some of those games, and man, my mechanics are bad. Yeah, this has been okay. This has been okay. I think your team has been a bit of a... Oh my gosh, you just melted. That's a lot of damage boosted in mine. I don't know if mines are made, but that was a lot of damage boost. Okay, so some fine fights, and then frankly some really bad fights. Like I think first point was almost entirely bad. 3 or 4 fights in a row. And then second point, you know, you're just setting up dives and you're generally aware of your team's positioning up until the end, and it was okay. Third point as well was, I think, relatively okay. And that happens. Venture players are so combo pilled. I like the dive here. You just don't have the HP for it. You really just don't have the HP for it. It's the same thing as bubble. You just cannot execute dives like this at that HP. You should die for that. And even if you don't die for that, there's the Suzu to keep you alive. The idea of the dive is fine. The HP, the situation that you did it with was not. What's up, Apolify? Chill. Maybe a little bit of damage here, but just chill. Okay, set up our next engage. Good. Bam. Probably could have greeted our bubble a little bit here with how she was turned away from you. You didn't need a bubble coach gun because she wasn't even looking at you. Watch. This is the mechanics of a dive. So as soon as she turned... I mean, it's a little bit hindsight. She could have turned towards you in coach gun. So I think it's over. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so now chill. Wait for your bubble. Think about your next engage. Yeah, see, this kind of stuff... This is what confuses me. Yeah, maybe in a little bit, yeah. This is what confuses me because this is normal. Like you staged, you jumped onto a squishy, you bubbled, you kited, you're waiting, you're scouting, you're checking your team's positioning. Okay, you're chilling. The back of the ball has no follow-up here, so you don't even need to dive here. You get a little healing, and then we go. The only mistake here is that you needed to do a better job managing your HP. Like that peak there and then just chilling a second. But it's odd. Like this is all of a sudden like fairly normal outside of some of the micro details here. So, hey, you know what? We'll take it. The only thing here is, again, like the HP is so important. Like the armor is so important. Because that's the difference between you being able to control this angle and like, because you would be at 470 HP would be my prediction if you'd had 200 of your armor. Armor is really important. And this just allows your team to have a better position to follow up here. You probably still would disengage, but you would be a little bit more comfortable on the disengage. That's my recommendation. It's fine. Waiting for your bubble. Okay, let's go. Don't take damage. Don't take damage. Bam. Yeah, it's good. It's a little late in the bubble, but it's fine. Still huge space. Huge threat. Kind of chasing the ball here, which I don't love. Prefer you to be keeping a little bit more awareness of like where other people are. This isn't bad there. It's a little awkward with how you play the bubble, but that's all right. Venture. Cooked. And they're cooked. Ana, good. Yeah, I kind of like a setup as well. Yeah, I think that's a good point. This angle from here is probably your most consistent dive as Winston. Probably a more consistent dive as Winston. It's good point there, Matt. Yeah, this is fine. Good stuff. You can keep going here if you want. Beautiful. No complaints. Yeah, I mean, I'm zooming through this because there are moments here where there's just not a whole lot to say. I think, like, damage pre-fight, playing around your bubble, and then checking your team's positioning, like, it sounds simple, but it's crucial. And when you're doing those things, things feel really good. Like, you could show me this, and then the first 3 or 4 fights, and I honestly wouldn't believe this is the same Winston, right? So I think that might be a good question about like why those mistakes on the first defense happened. Like what happened? What mistakes? Were you distracted? Were you not locked in? Were you confused? Were you trying to get the alt fire? You know, maybe it's just a dumb mistake. We all have those, myself included. Okay, how are we going to approach this? Where's my team? We don't need to force anything just yet with where the card is. Looking at our team's positioning here. I might want you to start to get ready to dive, so I wouldn't want you sitting on cart here. Like, I might approach it from underneath. I might maybe take top here and look for something. Maybe you could even take an angle here. You have options here. Like, the ultimate goal is to set up and engage. This is not bad, but then, oh, man, this is so weird. This is so weird. You know what this looks like? Here's what this looks like. Okay, let me try and guess for a second here. This looks like I'm not confident if I jump top, I'm gonna live. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my bubble as like kind of like a soft dive. Like I'm gonna soft dive to kind of distract and pressure so that we can kind of like move forward here. But I look at this and I'm like, if we're really patient, if we let my supports kind of like walk up to here with the the payload, and we set up a good dive. You know, I'm not saying like dive in from A, but like we come in, kind of like what Matt was saying on first moment, come in from an angle, maybe we walk in through here and we jump surprise there, or we jump from an angle here, bubble really well, kite out, maybe drop to mega, disengage. You're gonna live this dive. You're going to live this dive if you play it well. If you approach it, you set up well, you bubble well, you play your HP, don't take unnecessary poke, yada, 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 yada. And so what ends up happening is because we're hesitant, not only do we just do just a crappy dive, but then we have like this massive window of vulnerability now. Like, I guess you're creating space and like the bare minimal point, but you're not even remotely contesting these targets. And you could do so with even the halfway decent dive. And this is now the second time that something like that has happened. And now our backline gets punished for it because, yeah, they use ultimates, but you didn't even remotely contest or create space or threaten anything. It's like occasionally we're so hesitant of dying on a dive that instead of trying to like think about like how can I dive and still be successful, we just don't dive at all. We don't do anything. You know, and that's just not an acceptable answer. You need to find the solution there. Maybe it's not always hard committing backline, but there has to be some sort of dive or bubble cycle, right? It's too important of a CD to use for a couple of alt fires. All right. You're going to get poked there. Yeah. I mean, this is okay. You just need to tuck in here, right? You have a good comp that can follow you around a little bit here. All right. All right. All right. Check your team's positioning. Yes. Yes. There it is. So we're ready. They're ready to follow here. I even like this, right? They expect you to come from here. Your team is approaching from here. You actually pivot and you approach this way. So even if you die here, excuse me. What's up, Shinto? I'm pleased with this. Oh, this is it. Beautiful here. Beautiful. I'm really, it's tragic that, Anna's going to have sleep dart there. It's tragic that your BAP died, but man, that was good. Beautiful. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well done. Full HP, creative approach, a little bit from a sneak angle. It was perfectly timed with where your backline was. No, not next, Texas. We'll get to it in a bit. But this is beautiful. I'll update that in we'll coaching first. But yeah, this is great, man. Like, wow, night and day. And now set up. So where is our... you don't have the HP for this. You don't have the bubble for it either. I'm trying to see what happens with this bubble here. Yeah, I probably wouldn't pursue there. That just isn't worth the cooldown. But certainly now that we don't have it, you need to disengage to high. You need to get support. You need to play careful. You're gonna get killed. You're gonna be killed here. That's Suzu. Cycles around when you have bubble and when you don't have bubble, and the respect that you need to give. Weird bubble there. I think you guys should be okay. Yeah, this fight really goes poorly, starting with that transition, with that trade here. So it starts here. This is where the mistake happens. Bam. You chase a ball. There's no damage on you here because it's a ball in Juno. Your team isn't following up. There's no way for you to actually get a kill here. What you do here, you just turn around. You walk away. You walk away. That's it. You just walk away. Instead, you're like, oh, I'm going to do 50, 60 damage there. And then, you know, you need to disengage. You bait your Cassidy forward first off, but you need to disengage. You need to set up for next dive. What do? You just stand there. You just stand there. In fact, you even try. It looks like you're trying to dive again. So there's Suzu. There's Kitsune. You, instead of actually fighting with your bubble and your Suzu on the backline right here, you chase a ball. You chase a venture. Probably not worth your time. Your bubble doesn't do anything, and then you don't do anything with the bubble either. And that's it. There's a lot of aimless setups, aimless dives, aimless bubbles that really are plaguing you. That are changing you from sugar-free, thank you for the sub, from a really, really solid Winston to occasionally being almost entirely useless. Where if you're not literally useless, you're figuratively because of the amount of resources you're demanding for no payoff. Okay. All right, so how are we going to approach that Sojourn, and when are we going to approach that Sojourn? You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You see this here? Do the exact same freaking thing that you did previously. This is too far. It's not, I'm glad this is probably the right targets, but this timing is a little, I mean, it's not terrible. Your team is fighting Venture, but I don't expect this to go well. You're not approaching this cleverly. You're not timing this perfectly well. I prefer, you guys can deal with Venture, just deal with the Venture and then actually go for the backline, but if the engage is okay, you just need to chill here. You're preventing follow-up. You need to chill. Now, this is the moment of truth. Do not peek. Do not take damage. Wait, how? That's unlucky. So basically, the TLDR of this is that I think what you did was okay, but not how you did it. I think that there could have been a real kill threat here. A real kill threat that doesn't demand your Kiriko to come up and Suzu you, or TP or whatever, you know? And also, again, the timing of it as well. Ball diff. And then here, just disengage. Yeah, your BAP is sunk costing this one, and I think you might be as well. I think you just need to get out, play another fight. Nice little bit of bubble dancing there, but you're going to die for it. Nope, you're okay. I don't like this either. Why go now? You have 2 people in spawn. It's like we've lost the script a little bit here. Check your team's position. You've done a really good job of that up to this point. And then your Moira dies because your Moira is having to focus on healing you instead of keeping herself alive. And so now your Moira's dead. Do you see how, like, you have your bubble now and you're out because you went in when you didn't have your team to follow up? And so this is creating a negative feedback loop where things are getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Okay. Let's wait. Let's wait. No. Wait. Just wait. 3 seconds here, Tracers. There's no reason to go now. There's no reason to go now. And also, hey, if they peek you here, you know what you do? You tuck and you make them think about it. Maybe you come in from this angle here or come in from this angle here. This is not going to work. It's not bad. It's just not as good as it could have been. How am I changing playback speed? Scroll wheel. It's in the replay settings. I have it on scroll wheel because it's easier. And then now you don't have your bubble to commit off of your team's engage because you were a little early, weren't as clever about, and then your team ends up losing. And I think that this is the thing. So this is what I would recommend. I think that this Winston player has a, I hate to use the term potential, but they know Winston. Okay, they know Winston. They played a lot of hours on Winston. They have the general idea of Winston. What's screwing you over here, then, is there a significant inconsistency in how you're actually applying your fundamentals. Sometimes you're setting up on nice engages. Sometimes you're putting zero thought into your setup at all. Sometimes you're checking your team's positioning and timing the engage when there's actual combat available from your backline, whether that's on your target or not. And sometimes you just aren't at all. Like sometimes it legitimately looks like a gold Winston player took over your keyboard for you. Sometimes you are really being clever with how you're diving and who you're diving or the cover. And sometimes you're just like bleh, throwing yourself on top of the backline. There's no sense of strategy or nuance or whatsoever. And that's getting you slapped a lot. So I don't have anything new to teach you. I don't think. You're not in the voice call with me, so maybe there's some misunderstandings here that I can clarify. But I think for you, it's going to be, you need a discipline with 3 things. Where is my team? Where is my setup? Who do I need to be engaging on? It's that simple. There's nothing nuanced or deep or mind-blowingly wrong with your Winston. It's just something that you need to clean up. There are too many fights that you're throwing.
How do you play Winston whenever there's a VAR marking you? Do you have to find a way around her? Or is it okay?
You can bubble in a tank trade. You can bubble tank trade. Yeah, you can bubble tank trade. It's fine. If there's another engage available, sure. If you could jump away from the diva to where she can't quite access you with her boosters because she's a lot slower than you, then that's available too. I don't even think it's bad game sense because I think some of our engages and setups have been really good. Sometimes we're very clearly locked into where my team is. Sometimes we're not. And I think that has to be, you are not as good of a player as your peaks. You're as good of a player as the between your peaks and your valleys. And this player is diamond because sometimes they're really high diamond with their approaches, and sometimes they're plat, you know. And you have that's why this map, like, again, like, I want to clarify, first point is your fault. It is your fault, and a lot of the recent couple of fights on second point have been your fault as well. So we need to be really intentional with what we're practicing, because it clearly, in our autopilot right now, we're not consistent enough at applying those concepts here. And you're going to be playing versus people that are going to punish those mistakes, right? Punishing those mistakes. So, yeah, if you have any questions, Kevin, just message me. Let me know. Hope you found this one useful. And I guess we will move on. So, chat, I'm going to pull up my notes because we have some serious sauce. Are you guys ready for the Juno? Are you guys ready for the Juno? I was typing notes yesterday. I've got a lot of notes. We solved Juno, and now I'm going to leak the sauce here. So, where's my notes here? Oh, gosh. You need to go finish that Juno video, I'm gonna lie. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about what we did. So I spent, I think, 13 hours. I think it's just like 58% win percentage. Yeah. So like 38% win percentage playing Juno. And we were able to climb. I had really, really bad placements. I threw a lot of games because this was pre-buff Juno. Actually, pre-buff Juno, like at the very start. And she was pretty weak. And I played poorly because I was trying to like learn how to play her. And I think I placed like Diamond 5 or something like that. So I kind of had bad placements. But we were able to work our way to Masters 5, no problemo. And it was a lot of fun. And I learned a lot about Juno along the way. You guys know exactly how I approach things like this. I always try to play the new character or the new rework to know exactly how to play them so that I can coach them better. 1 second. So basically my approach was, how do you play Juno? How does the character function? What do the cooldowns do? What are the best ways to use the cooldowns? Because there's a lot of guides that are going to be out there that are going to tell you, like, this is how to use the cooldown, or these are things that you could do with the cooldowns. But there aren't going to be a lot of guides out there that will tell you how do you actually play the character, right? Oh, these are how you cancel your Reinhardt swings into a Fire Strike, but how do you actually play Reinhardt? That's what we're going to do today. We're going to tell you exactly how to play Juno. First things first. Juno was the most difficult character in terms of solving how to play the character out of all of the hero reworks and new heroes that I've done guides on since Overwatch 2's release, even higher than rework Sombra. Her complexity is not immediately obvious. I don't even necessarily think that she's super, super complicated in execution, but there were a lot of boxes to check about, like, what about this or what about that? And we were able to kind of figure those things out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about general playstyle here. And from there, we're going to talk about cooldowns. We're going to talk about maybe some misconceptions, maybe some feedback I have for what she needs, or some suggestions I have for further development of the character. And then finally, we're going to finish things off with a little bit of self-review, where I'm going to actually demonstrate exactly how the gameplay cycle of Juno works, both the good and the bad. So let's talk about playstyle here. So Juno is, let me get my notes pulled up here. So Juno is basically the sustained pressure support. A lot of supports have tempo. And by tempo, we just talked about that in the review, where there's a spike in value around their CDs. You could even look at that at like a character like Idiari, where Pylon significantly emphasizes or increases her ability to put out pressure. Kiriko, TP, and Suzu. Zenyatta is one of the other sustained pressure supports. But Zenyatta has a lot more positional limitations, which makes it a little bit less obvious. But most supports generally have a peak in value around their CDs, and so it's about finding ways to get value out of your positioning, to get value out of your CDs. But Juno is a bit different, because while Juno definitely has peaks in value around torpedoes, and peaks in value around speed ring, and peaks in value around shift, it doesn't necessarily immediately feel palpable that there's a big burst in value there. Unless you're getting like 9-man torpedoes, which you very rarely will be, you're just not always going to feel that immediate value. So basically what Juno does is that she has these spikes in value, but it's about finding a position where you can consistently get value out of your shifts, out of your torpedoes, out of your weapon, out of your speed ring, and then sustaining that value over long periods of time. Unless you're at a very high level, setting up a huge speed ring push off of a snap second decision, you're not really going to have that burst in value that a lot of the supports bring to the table. So crucially, she doesn't really have a burst of offensive pressure in a 1v1. And she doesn't really have a burst of defensive disengage tools. She doesn't have the ability to just, TP away or amp speed away, or even a Brig Bash is generally a little bit of a more consistent defensive cooldown, at least immediately, when you compare with Shift. Shift it's just sustained value, right? Even Speed Ring is, just there. So a lot of what Juno's value is when it comes to defensive and offensive value is that it's about lengthening your pressure phase and anticipating the threat to come in. Think about Sigma. How do you play Sigma versus Rhine? How do you play Sigma versus Malga? How do you play Sigma versus Orisa? How do you play Sigma versus Winston? It's all pretty much the same. You're going to put damage early before those characters have their CDs. You're going to try to survive their engage, whether it's on you or your backline, and then you're going to continue to pressure afterwards. Sigma does have CDs, but it's all about long, sustained, consistent pressure, and it's about the same thing with Juno. So this applies in team fights and 1v1. So with Juno, when you're playing in a team fight, it's about finding a good angle, maybe with a high ground, maybe on a little bit of a flank, whatever, to put out good damage, to put out good healing, and to do so consistently. But that's also the way that she plays 1v1s. If you ever get yourself in a 1v1 with Juno, your number one priority is to lengthen out that 1v1 so that your shields, your support passive, and your CDs can start to kick in. If you get into a 1v1 and you turn the corner and there's a tracer there, the faster that 1v1's over, the worse it is for you. Same thing goes for Cassie, Reaper, other supports, tanks, whatever. Juno's all about long, sustained, consistent pressure, avoiding the 1v1 but poking, avoiding the 1v1 then poking, avoiding the 1v1 and poking, drawing it out, and then finally finishing the kill. So mid-range with positioning, generally. So I don't like to be too close to the enemy team. I don't generally like to be too far away. Obviously, it depends on their comp. Genji, Tracer, maintain your distance, but a Widowmaker might just blow your head off. An Ash Mercy might just blow your head off. I think more mid-range is really healthy for Juno. And I think, obviously, playing cover and, because you are very vulnerable is really important, too. So when we talk about angles and how she actually positions on the battlefield, like I said, it's mid-range. But a lot of it is really important that you're taking consistent angles. So let me give you guys an example. Well, we're going to look at this in our review. One of the things that you're going to consistently see me doing is playing like a soft mid-range angle where I can heal my team and damage the enemy team. And then occasionally, either with a speed ring or with a shift, using an opportunity to swing wide for torpedoes. And then either rotating back to my angle or rotating to a different, safer position. So I want to hold the angle, but I'm not really going to hard flank very often. And when I do, it's going to be for a burst torpedo and then probably rotate back to a safer position. You'll find yourself often racking up high eliminations, but not a lot of high damage. And the key thing is then, okay, then what angle do you take with Juno? When and where do you take angles with Juno? I like high grounds. I like medium range. But this is really important, guys. You cannot take contested angles almost ever. Almost ever. Let me give you guys an actual gameplay example, and let's just pull up the first replay code to see. Coliseum, great. So we're going to pretend that one of our supports is Juno, and we're going to talk about what is a contested angle. A contested angle is just an off angle that you may or may want to play, but there's somebody else also on that flank. Juno cannot contest those angles. So if we go back here to, like, let's say first fight. If I wanted to take an angle with Juno, and there's a Doomfist here, I could not take that angle unless the Doomfist was not there. If the Doomfist is not there and I could poke up my Rhine, great. But for this Juno here, the better angle might be something like this. Why? Because there's nobody here. There's nobody here. You see, the strength of Juno's mobility is how much of it she has, not necessarily how strong any one of those details are. She has so many mobility options with double jump, her ability to hover, her speed ring, her shift, her ability to slide with her shift as well up to higher elevations. But if there's anybody there, she doesn't have the burst mobility or the burst damage to actually finish those kills. So she needs to look at the battlefield and be like, okay, what space is the enemy team giving me? And then fill that space. So we'll actually move ahead to next fight here. We'll go more into the gameplay after we take a little bit more look at the CDs. But like right now, for example, what space is the enemy team giving right now? Well, she could go here, but you know what my Juno could also do? Juno could go here. Juno could go here. Doomfist comes after me, I have to run away. You can't mark anything with Juno. Kiriko comes after me, you have to go away. But make them clear you out. And in the meantime, you get value, right? So then if we play this out a little bit more, we'll devolve this fight. What space is available right now? Well, space here. Doomfist comes after me, I fly away, I shift up, double jump up, come after me here. You're basically constantly filling this space. The way to look at it is it's like you're putting poured over a bunch of rocks. You're just gonna fill the gaps. You know, you're not gonna smash the rocks or squash the rocks or beat the rocks into oblivion. You're just gonna fill the gaps, and wherever that angle may be is wherever the enemy team gives you. And that's why she works really well in 5v5, is because that, yes, your team utility would be pretty good in 6v6 with speed ring, but your mobility is such that there's always space on the map in 5v5. So you just need to fill that space. So you can pressure angles, but you generally are going to be running away from people pressuring you out of an angles. Okay, let's keep going here. The more teammates you see, the better. Better sustain value for your gun, better torpedo value, but heal botting from main isn't usually that great because your vision won't be all that useful. For example, if we go back here, and if you see how my Juno's pressure is just not all that great here. She's just kind of heal botting her team, but she doesn't really have a good vision in terms of pressure. She doesn't really have a good vision for torpedo, and she also doesn't have a lot of way of seeing where the enemy team are. And so she needs to try and take a bit of a soft angle. You shouldn't really be hard flanking with this character most of the time, but generally, again, fill the space, look for big sight lines, and pop off from there. We'll talk about how the CD is playing to that in a little bit. Take a sight line, pressure, evaluate your threats, find the free space, rotate proactively. In other words, when the enemy team is looking at you, they even think about rotating towards you, you need to be ready to get away. And then now let's talk about some CDs here. So, any questions so far about playstyle? Let's stick on playstyle right now, because we'll talk about the CD questions in a little bit here. Do you think you can hard flank if you're supporting a DPS that is? Yes. Yes, as long as there's nothing that's going to contest you on that hard flank. I've done many hard flanks with Juno, but it really depended on the composition. If there's Tracer Sombra, if there's a Wrecking Ball was a threat, unless I knew where that Tracer Sombra was, you're going to get punished and killed very quickly. So you got to be really careful. But yes, absolutely. Yeah, you got to maintain your distance from D.Va. You got to anything that's basically has mobility, you just cannot get close to it. D.Va, Wrecking Ball, Sombra, Tracer, Genji, they ruin you. Reaper even ruins you. He has just enough poke damage that can even ruin you in mid-range. Even with another DPS, you'll still be punished? Yes. Yes. I mean, it depends, obviously, but you still need to maintain your distance. Yes, because Kiriko, you know, if things go south, she could TP away. Brig can just hold shield and pocket her DPS long enough to survive. Like, Juno just dies so quickly. Yes, sustain pressure. Sustain pressure. Sustain both in damage and healing. Yeah, I would regard her as more of like a mid-range pokier character that requires more open space. And we'll talk about some of the other uses of that we've seen with her in pro play as well, but yeah. Do I play Juno more like an Ana or a BAP? I'd say more like an Ana. More like an Ana in terms of like you are kind of taking creative angles and not just pumping healing up your tank spot the entire time. But BAP does have more repositioning options, so it's kind of hard to say, really. Really benefits from off angles, but as soon as someone sees you, you're out. Yes. Juno, definitely off angle character. Any character with this much mobility, 100% off angles. If you've seen Yeatle play or any top Juno right now, 100% off angles. But again, you cannot. The key thing is those contested off angles is no bueno. You are more. What makes you special is that a Kiriko is just a lot slower than you. Except when she's under threat, she just get out. So she can be super greedy, but she can't take any position on the map. Juno can take any position on the map unless there's somebody there. Unless there's somebody there. And then she has to go. Who would you say Juno enables better, tank or DPS? That's a tricky one. The obvious answer is tank because of the speed ring. But the reality of the situation is that Juno's range healing and the heal over time from Torpedo is really good for DPS. The heal over time got nerfed, which is a shame. But those two things are a little bit more favorable. So I find Juno to be very flexible. Very flexible. She can do fairly well with tankier, heavier comps. She also does very well at helping out her squishier DPS. She does great with like Genjis and Tracers and things that she can reach. So yeah, it's finding where the frick is the real estate is the real question with Juno. When you want 1v1s to last a long time, or you just assume any 1v1 is lost? Is this different? Yeah, so any 1v1 that happens quickly with Juno is generally a loss. Some exceptions. If you have ult plus torpedoes, you can pretty quickly kill things. I've had very successful quick 1v1s versus characters like Widowmaker. Like sometimes they'll be running like a double sniper. I have this flank available. I'll torpedo, bam, bam, and you could pretty much kill off the Widowmaker quickly. But for the most part, she just doesn't have the burst damage. And so you want to be kind of leveraging that support passive and those shields, which regenerate HP. So it's kind of like a trade a little bit high, generate that HP, trade a little bit high, trade a little bit. So it's tricky. What other supports can play alongside Juno? We'll get to that one a little bit later. How many cooldowns do you need to safely off angle? Is speed ring enough if you don't have flight? Yes, if you have distance. So speed ring and flight are crucially slow defensive cooldowns. So you need to anticipate you losing the space before it happens. If you're trying to speed ring and then run away, it's too late if they're already on top of you. It's about, oh no, they're rotating towards me. I'm going to go and speed ring away and find a different angle immediately. Remember, we're staying on playstyle stuff right now. The CD stuff and the old stuff we'll get to in a second. Could you play a game where you tell your real-time thinking process? Yes, I can maybe do that once we're done here, but we'll continue. Okay, so let's move along here. So let's talk about like her kit here. Double jump. Use this, please. It's powerful. You can reposition in a lot of spaces with it. It's especially good for like repositioning from low grounds to high grounds, and then they chase you, and then you drop to low ground. Like you can do all sorts of jukes. Some of the better Juno plays and jukes that you're going to see are going to rely heavily off of her using her double jump to reposition. It's not something that you overthink too much, but it's good. It's good. Okay, so let's talk about her shift. So it's both defensive and offensive. You can use it to rotate to better angles, or you can use it to rotate away from threatening angles. But again, it is the classic with Juno, more about sustained value. It is not going to it is not a get out of jail free card. It is not a get out of jail free. It is a good lawyer, is what it is, okay? A good lawyer is going to say, hey, you should probably stop doing this because what you're doing, it could get you in potential legal trouble. And if you do get into legal trouble, then maybe your lawyer can help you out. But maybe, you know, once you commit a homicide, it's just kind of over. It's going to be a good thing to have in your back pocket, but it's not going to be like, oh, just to get out of jail free card. You know what I'm saying? Okay, bear with me with the analogy, guys. You get what I'm saying? It's about sustained value. It's not burst mobility. It's using anticipation and immediate presence of threat. It is not late. It's too late. Okay, you do have climbing potential. I don't think a lot of people realize this, where you can catch ledges. So like if I'm using shift here, if I'm a little low, I didn't really give that a good go here. You can actually use it to climb. If you catch the lip. So you know how Genji like catches the lip with his wall climb? You can kind of do the same thing there. You notice that? Where some of you guys may try that and be like, well, I can't get it. It's because I used the edge of this box to elevate and then use the edge there to elevate, right? And that's one of the, that is unique for Juno here. Okay, remember you're not invulnerable in the air. Remember, just like all characters, everyone's like, oh, I'm flying, I'm safe. You're not safe. Your hitbox is pretty unforgiving. You are pretty big for support. Your head is pretty big, and your strafe pattern isn't that good either. So when you are flying, again, you still want to be using cover. So basically what this flight does, because it lasts so long and because the cooldown is so freaking low, you could just take so many positions that other characters can't. Like honestly, Juno's positional flexibility may be the best in the entire support cast. I think Lucio is pretty good. Kiriko is pretty good as well. I think Kiriko is definitely a little bit better at deeper flanks because of the TP. But like, I think Juno has a pretty good argument for being, if not the most, one of the most positional flexible. In other words, you could go to any high ground, you could play far, you could play close, you could play high, you could play low, you could play far left, you could play far right, and you could change that constantly, right? Like, the ability to do that and then just do this and then go, okay, chat, you didn't see that. Okay. Anyway, you get the idea, right? You could reposition yourself constantly depending on where the enemy team is. And I think that's the key thing is when you're using your shift, you need to be a little bit more responsive to what the enemy team gives you. Okay. So I will say one other thing as well. I had this epiphany here where I realized that Juno's like flight and mid-air hovering capability opens up angles that literally no other character in the entire game can control as well. So I'll actually show you the specific map where I realized this. So it is a bit niche, but there are circumstances where I was like here as Juno controlling this angle, and then they like rotated out top with like a hit scan, and I'm like, well, frick, man, they're just gonna poke me out. I'm standing in the middle of nowhere. I got to rotate away. But where do I rotate? Do I go further away? That's not gonna work. Well, then I realized, well, frick, guys, I could just double jump and fly and just hover here. As long as there's nobody here, and there wasn't, I literally just sat here and healed and damaged my team for like 5 seconds. As like, weird, man, right? Like weird, like what the heck? And then, okay, I drop and then, all right, well, I'm still healing. And then I can go up here and I could double jump and I could fly back. It's like you could literally just hover like on an angle, right? And it's like, what other support could do that? Like there's literally no other character in the game, not even Afara can do that, right? And so I think that's really where Juno is there. Is like basically the thing with Juno is there's always a safe off angle or a soft angle that you can control. You just have to be smart enough to know where it is. And you really can't memorize positions because it's totally contextual on what the enemy team gives you, because you don't have the capability to fight anybody on that angle. Like if I'm here, because, Spilo said it was cool, and there's a Cassidy there, congrats, you're dead. It's over. It's over. So you have to really be very reflective of where is the enemy team and then what options are available to me. And so this character has so much depth in that regard, and it does require a pretty high level of skill to recognize where those positions are. And that's really carried by her shift, by her flight. The queen of rotations, yes, 100%. Okay, so speed ring here. So speed ring is... I'm just going to kind of piggyback off of the shift. It is another defensive cooldown for you. You get speed even when it doesn't. You don't go through it. And then if you go through it yourself, you get another speed boost. So you can use all sorts of things with the rollout there. Don't use your speed ring at your feet. It's redundant. I did it a lot when I was playing just out of bad habits. But like, look at this. Speed boost from placing it. And then speed boost again. So if you are using it selfishly, try to put it in the direction that you're going. It's because you can go right. You don't even have to go through it. Just touching it is good enough. But yeah, speed ring is great. It is a defensive cooldown like shift that allows you to rotate, so you can use that. I generally try to use my shift instead of my speed ring if I can, because speed ring is a longer CD. It has more team utility. But if you're ever in trouble and you need to use a speed ring to rotate to a better angle, that's totally fine. Or to rotate away. It's totally fine, 100% okay. Speed ring does have range. That was part of my feedback initially on Juno, and they did give it more range. Congratulations, everyone. Give me a round of applause. I'm sure that was totally all my fault. But I actually think that the range is something that I hope they will increase a little bit more, because I still think it limits a few of the angle and playmaking opportunities. And right now, I don't remember, it's like 15, 18 meters, something like that. I'd love for it to be like 22, 23, so keep an eye on that. And what that means is that you can actually speed angles that you're not at, because the thing of Juno, and a lot of people make this mistake. So I want to speed my team. So I'm going to stand directly behind my tank and speed my tank. But the problem is that Juno doesn't want to play here. She wants to be on an angle, right? And she doesn't really want to be close to people either. So what you do is you do that exact same thing, but you do so from an angle. Helping my DPS, my supports, poke, torpedo, bam. Oh, I'm going to speed my tank, speed it from there. And that's what she provides that Lucio doesn't. You don't have to be on top of the target that you want to speed. You don't have to be there. So that's huge, right? We're not talking about spawn rollouts here, guys. We're talking about like just incredible frick. We're talking about like incredible playmaking potential. And so that's how you use your speed ring. Now, a lot of people need to understand what speed does, because I think a lot of people don't see the capability of the speed ring because they don't understand what speed does. Let me give you guys some insight. Speed is the equivalent of, drumroll, cover. Cover is useful because if I win a 1v1, I can deepen my angle and finish the kill. If I start to lose the 1v1, I go, well, that wasn't going well, and then I hide. I don't have to use speed on my tank. I don't have to use speed to push an advantage. I don't have to use speed to kite an ultimate. I just simply use speed. And people don't even know that they're getting value out of speed, but they are. So if I'm on an angle here and the fight has started and I see my tank is fighting, give them speed. Will they use it? Maybe. If they win the trade, they can push. If they lose the trade, they can kite. That's using speed. That's it. That's it. I'm on my tank. I see my Tracer or Genji or Reaper or Cassidy poking, not even diving, poking. Give them speed. They can deepen their rotation. They can kite out. They can strafe faster. It's just a free advantage. It is a free advantage. And I think that, like, if you look at pro level play with Juno, they're probably not going to lean into that. They're going to do something a little bit. They're going to min-max their speed value. But in a ranked environment, let's be honest, guys, like, you're not going to be able to coordinate kites and disengages and no, don't. But the good news is you don't have to. It's just free value. Just use it. Just use it. Just use it. Doesn't matter who it's on. Just use it. I think a lot of people are a little bit concerned that they don't really, that the speed is not good and it's not, you know, it's not going to coordinate. You don't need coordination. It's just free value. It helps every person that you give it to, whether with pushing, disengaging, kiting, pressing, it's just free value. Now, it is a long cooldown. So you want to make sure that that person is fighting, right? Not just standing there. But it's free value. It's free value. And I think a lot of people don't see the free value because it's not immediately obvious. But that should take a lot of pressure off of you guys because you don't have to feel like I have to wait for the perfect opportunity to use speed. You just need to get value out of it. You just need to use it on somebody that can get value out of it. Most of my mistakes with speed were not using it at a bad time, but accidentally not getting it far enough. Like I would say, oh, this person needs speed, and I'd give them speed ring, and it wouldn't quite reach them. That was a more common error that I saw in my gameplay and other people that I was looking at. But really, speed is just universally useful, and you really don't have to worry about. Like the one exception I'd say is maybe like a Widowmaker duel. Like maybe your Widow doesn't really need speed, but like you could just give people speed and not really overthink it too much. You think speed ring with Beaver Boost is broken? Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That will likely be nerfed. Okay. I mean, obviously using speed for team value and your self value is good. So like, I think using speed for yourself to rotate is really useful. But if you can get speed on a target, that's optimal. Because remember, you can use speed ring on somebody like speed ring, bam, and then also use the speed ring value for yourself. Because remember, once again, you get it even when it doesn't go through. You see that? I could use that to rotate. Oh no, they push me. I shift back. Like that's this perfect little cycle there that you have there. And yeah, that's pretty good. Let's keep going here. Also, one other thing as well, the projectile itself gives speed as it goes through people, as Brax will remind me. So this bot has speed. You might not see it, but it has speed because the projectile before it went off went through the target. So you can actually give people double speed like yourself by casting the projectile through them and in the direction they want to go. So they get speed, and they get to your ring and they get speed again. It's beautiful. So there's all sorts of little things you can do with speed ring. And yeah, the range of speed ring is what allows you to kind of play your play style of off angles while still providing team value, which is really, really nice. Okay, let's keep going here. So torpedoes. Torpedoes is probably the weirdest / most inconsistent part of her kit. It provides burst heal right now. This might change in the future, but it does provide burst heal right now, and it provides a small heal over time. I liked it better when it had less burst heal and more heal over time because I think there was a little bit more strategy about when and who to use it on. But the big thing with torpedoes is that it's not that much healing or that much damage. What it is AoE value, area of effect. The more, if you hit 2 targets with torpedoes, it's good value. If you hit 3 targets with torpedoes, it's great value, and so on. What it is not good is using on 1 target, almost ever, for healing or damage. Real Slim, think of the sub, because at that same point in time for the lock-on, you could have been doing damage or healing basically to the equivalent of, if not more. So how do you use torpedoes? I like to use torpedoes as a burst window that opens my angle. So when I'm on my team, I look for healing, I look for a swing wide, I pop my torpedoes on an angle, and then I rotate back towards my team. Or if you're just in a really good sight line, immediately, you don't even have to rotate. Just if you can see a bunch of people, teammates, blam, let it go. Don't need to overthink it. Keep in mind that torpedoes do lock on faster the closer you are to the target. You can see it right there. Damage enemies or friendlies. And because it is lock-on, there are circumstances, maybe if you're fighting a Trace or a Genji up close, it's kind of hard to aim. The torpedoes can help you win that 1v1, even if the lock-on is a little bit long. Now, I hope that they allow us to use our weapon during our torpedo lock-on. They will probably need to nerf some of the healing and maybe even the damage if they are to do that, but I do find it a little bit unintuitive that it's essentially only good for AoE value and essentially worthless for single target value. That really hurts the choices that the character has with the cooldown. It makes it a little bit more not symmetric, makes it a little bit more streamlined. And I don't like that with this character because so many of her abilities are not streamlined. This is the only one that's streamlined. But yeah, TLDRs, torpedoes used as a burst on an angle is really good. Burst healing, burst damage. Your torpedo value will be directly correlated with your ability to position. If you can position well with good sightlines, good angles, keep yourself alive, you will find fat torpedoes. If you can't, you won't. Keep in mind, it is a relatively long cooldown. If you don't lock on, it's a short cooldown, but if you do lock on, it is a long 10-second cooldown, so make sure that you're getting at least a couple of targets with it. Yeah, if you break LOS, it doesn't matter. There's still you'll still get the full cooldown even if you don't launch. I didn't really demonstrate it very well there, but yeah. So torpedoes, I think, are probably the thing that is going to receive more changes than anything else in the future. So like lock on there. And even though there's nothing there, it still goes. So yeah, okay, that's pretty much all there is with that. Let's see here. One thing with torpedoes, just a general reminder, I know I already said this, but be really careful about just standing and holding torpedoes. If you're not seeing value and your teammates are fighting, remember you're losing weapon uptime. So only really hold torpedoes if your teammates are safe and so on. Okay, weapon. I'm gonna go over her weapon really fast. There's just nothing really complicated. Heal when people need healing or are critical. Otherwise, do damage. The damage is not a lot, but it is decent. It's worth pointing out. So I really recommend that like you just constantly damage healing. Okay, everyone's fine. Nobody's won. So I go to here, damage. Keep in mind there is healing and damage fall off that may or may not change in the future, but I'm not expecting it to. Do you think asking Prime do you think it's a good idea? I think it's a good idea as long as they deal with torpedoes accordingly. I believe I was the first person to ask for weapon play during torpedoes as well. That's something I've asked initially about 3 or 4 weeks ago on her initial play test. So obviously I think it's a good idea, but obviously you would have to adjust how torpedoes function because it would significantly increase her burst damage, which is mixed bag. Okay, Ultimate. Ultimate is also something that I expect to see tweaks on moving forward, so just keep an eye on that. Maybe, maybe not. I think her Ultimate is really good. It's really powerful in the right circumstance. Really iffy in the wrong circumstance. So it does a lot of healing, and I believe has a 35% damage boost on anybody in the circle, and it does linger. So I step outside, and it lingers just for a second there. You guys can kind of see it. I'm back in, and it lingers again. And it travels slowly in one direction that you're looking when you press the ultimate. Now, the tricky thing about this is that Juno, because she is not, I would not say she's static, but her rotations, either she holds an angle, a really good angle, or she rotates very quickly in a direction. She doesn't move like her ultimate does, which is just kind of statically moving in one direction. So a lot of times with Juno, you will have a hard time finding value out of her ultimate because it often moves in a direction that you don't want to really follow. So what I recommend is using it once you're on a good angle, using it quickly either on main or on an angle. Try to combo it with your torpedoes because the damage is really good. That's a 200 HP target, just FYI. And then kind of moving from there. It can often be used to survive an ultimate that's not super bursty. I would never use her ultimate versus like Nano Blade or something like that. But you might be able to survive a Graviton. You might be able to survive a Flux or a Shatter with it. The healing is really, really good. But more importantly than not, it's like you don't have to even use it to save people. You could just use it offensively. The healing and the damage boost is really, really good. And you also don't even need to get your whole team in. Even just one target on a really good angle or 2 targets on a good angle is generally enough to put out a lot of pressure and maybe even win you the fight. So just kind of use it when you see an opportunity, when you have a good sightline or when somebody else has a good sightline or when your tank is taking a trade. You really don't overthink it. There's a lot of ways that you can use it, but that flexibility means that you don't have to overthink it too much. You just kind of need to use it. So that's pretty much it. The tricky thing is I think that the ultimate in terms of how it's moving might change or how it's targeted. So just keep an eye on that if that changes in the future. So let's talk about like Juno in terms of combos. So I think Juno combos well with a lot of heroes. I think speed is useful on a lot of brawl tanks, but her ranged healing and range damage is useful with a lot of dive characters. I think that while she's probably weakest in more sniper poke oriented compositions, like Speed Ring can still be useful with a Sigma, and then like a raw Sigma trade, it can still be useful for certain sniper characters, but it's not as useful. Her weapon is also a lot worse because you can't really contest a Hanzo at any range, and you can't really contest a Widow without getting up close, but maybe the map doesn't have flanks to get up close, and then like your ultimate's pretty good, but then that's pretty much it. So I think Juno's a little bit weaker in the sniper matchups specifically, but that's not really a problem because sniper matchups are generally the weakest, most niche, most unfamiliar composition in all of Overwatch 2. Sniper comps, sniper heroes just aren't as good in Overwatch 2 because maps are more open and things have moved a little bit more in the mobility front, which is a good thing, in my opinion. But overall, I think the things that are weak for Juno are generally not going to be happening as often, and if they are showing up, you can always flank. You can always flank, usually. She struggles versus hard hit scan. We talked about that. And she can struggle versus hard dive characters where it's your number one priority to maintain distance to those characters. But you do have ways to outplay them. It's just a little bit difficult. You have a huge positional advantage versus hit scan heroes. Hanzo, Widowmaker, Ashe, Cassidy. You have so many more positional choices where you can choose when you want to take those duels. If you want to take those duels, those characters have nowhere near the level of mobility that you have, which is your huge advantage versus them. And versus dive characters, it's all about basically your repositioning, because even a Tracer doesn't have your level of consistent mobility, especially when it comes to your verticality. Even a Genji, right? So it's all about rotating to maintain distance versus those characters. Now, you will struggle versus them, but you have ways to outplay them. Juno does so much if you can keep yourself alive versus dive, so the damage and healing adds up quickly. So for support combos, I really like her well with something that can heal her. Ana, Kiriko, Zen, and more open maps versus non-dive characters. A Harmony Orb, a little bit of Kiriko, a little bit of Ana healing. A Brigitte Armor Pack, we'll talk about that one in a second, goes a long, long way. Juno is very fragile, so any little bit of support with her is super, super great. And she's also super flexible because she does put out a lot of healing. So you don't have, you can run Juno Zen with normal tanks and not be like, oh, we don't have enough healing. You probably have enough healing there. You can value her in Lucio comps because you have two very mobile, flexible supports. Lucio can't really peel for Juno, so that is one weakness, but that might be good versus comps that Juno doesn't need as much health versus. Same thing with Moira, just having like two very dynamic, dive, flexible supports can work. Brigitte is something that we've been seeing a lot of pro play because essentially Juno provides the speed that brawlier comps need that protects the Brigitte. But because Brig Lucio didn't have enough healing, we didn't always see that at the highest level of play. But because Juno Brig has the speed boost and has more healing, then it's a little bit more consistent. Now, you don't have the consistent speed boost that the Lucio has. But right now, some teams are finding ways that doesn't matter as much. Just the speed boost itself works out. So I think Juno's very, very flexible in terms of her playstyle, heroes that she can work well with. I think she just has a couple of weaknesses, and she's really, it's a skill matchup for basically everything that she plays versus, which can have some mixed results. Versus heroes like Ball, Sombra, for example, just utilize your verticality and your support LOS. Like, you need to maintain your distance versus those characters. It's hard to know where they are, but you can utilize your verticality to avoid their slams, the viruses, and so on. You can't really maintain distance, but you need to, quote-unquote, juke those slams or viruses, pressure them out, and you really need to be listening also to where they are as well. D.Va can be a hard matchup as well, but D.Va's a lot easier to deal with because D.Va is a lot more predictable with where her positioning is, and it's also easier to maintain distance. I think D.Va's hard matchup, but if you're struggling consistently versus D.Va, it's probably a positioning issue on your end because D.Va is generally too slow to close the distance. I think Ball and even Winston are a lot more consistent problems. Okay, so let's talk about what I think Juno needs. I think right now she's pretty strong, so we don't want to give her too many buffs. But maybe we could give and take here. You know, if we were to give her some of these things, maybe take away the potency of some other aspects. Things that I think are some pain points with Juno. I think torpedo flexibility, we talked about already, is a bit awkward. It is strictly AoE. It's really, really bad single target healing and single target damage. And I think that is a bit of a problem because it reduces the number of ways that you can utilize torpedoes. I wish that you could use your weapons during torpedoes so that you could actually use it to keep yourself alive in a 1v1. Maybe probably nerf the damage of the torpedo, but you could actually use your weapon lock, keep shooting, right? That would give you an anti-dueling potential, but if you use it to keep yourself alive, you now have significantly reduced your AoE potential to your team. So it's a cost-benefit analysis, which is lacking with a cooldown. I think the ultimate is awkward. It is awkward to have a squishy character that generally either wants to remain static or rotate sideways, but have an ultimate that moves forward. That doesn't always work out so well, and because it's so slow moving, it doesn't even something that you can always coordinate with your team either. And I think Speed Ring needs additional range. I think another 3 or 4 meters would go a long way in terms of opening positional flexibility. I think that there's been a lot of talk about like getting an additional double jump during your shift. I've thought about that, but I actually don't necessarily agree. I think some of her mobility limitations are what keeps the character relatively balanced. And I also think that her positional limitations opens up a lot more creative outplay. So we have to be a little bit more selective about where you go. It's not free repositioning. You have to be a lot more intelligent about it. So I'm a little bit less sold on that. Okay. Let's take a look at some gameplay here. I'm going to pull up. Thanks, man. I'm going to pull up my old stream VODs here, and we're going to talk about Juno here. I think this is the right VOD here. Yeah, so I have some timestamps here, and we're going to talk about playstyle here. I think 6:02 is where I want here. Pull up Epic Pen. And this is going to be, actually, we're going to start with my last game. that I played on Juno. The one that I hit Masters with. Glad to hear it, Judo. Okay, let's take a look here. So let's take a look here. So I'm gonna have the audio off just so we can kind of talk it through. So you can kind of already look at my composition right here. I have a little bit of peel. Make sure that this is showing up right here. I need to change the thing at the bottom here. Let's actually change the title here. Juno Guide. Got it. All right. So you can kind of look at the bottom here. Let me make sure that my notes are here. Yep. Look at the bottom and see, or at the top here, and see we've got Ryan. I've got something I can speed. I've got Reaper I can speed. I got a Soldier and a Reaper that can support on an angle if I want to. I have a Kiriko that can take an angle and pocket me as well. And I kind of got baited in the first round. It was Busan downtown, and there wasn't a lot of angles that I could take. And I was struggling versus they were running like Sombra Trace or Dive, which was really difficult. And then also I was getting way too tunneled on trying to help my Reinhardt out. And I was compromising a lot of my off-angle pressure. And you can kind of see it here where I'm like looking at where's my team. Okay, I'm going to stay near my Ryan. I'm going to help my Ryan with the speed ring. Maybe poke out a little bit there. That speed right there, love you. That speed ring there is fine. He can push that. He cannot push that. It's really his choice. But I'm kind of poking from an angle. That torpedo was okay. I poked a little bit too far wide, but maybe I should have just saved the torpedo. I shift away. I've wasted my CDs, and we're just kind of getting stuck in the choke here. And this is really not my Rhine's fault because they have their support. I forget they were running like an Ana. Basically, they had a lot more punish on the choke, whereas we had a lot more mobility. And so if I just sit there and heal my Rhine, speed my Rhine, it's just not good enough. We need to help utilize my mobility to assist my Reaper while still maybe impacting the tank trade here. And notice here that there's nobody here. There's no flanker to my left. There's nobody behind me. There's nobody here. So watch how we win this fight. So I go, okay, I can't do anything here. I'm just going to rotate with my Reaper. I'm going to shift in. Speed ring, trying to encourage my Reaper to continue to rotate. That probably wasn't necessary here. It would have been better to save speed ring. And then this torpedoes, and then just free damage. And this, the AoE value of this is insane. If I get pushed to here, I should have still had speed ring to disengage. But even if I get pushed, I have like enough distance between myself and the enemy backline to where it's really hard for them to do anything. And I'm going to shift here. I don't know why I shifted there. I think I started to rotate and realized I didn't need to. But literally just existing on the angle and then just healing and torpedoing, I didn't even need to play particularly well. You just win. You just win. Even if my Reaper wasn't there, rotating that angle would have been huge because there was nobody there. There's nobody there. If I could not have done that rotation if there was somebody there. If there had been somebody here, right, I would have rotated back and probably taken the right side. And basically back and forth, finding it open, basically a nick in the armor to fill, essentially. Does shift cooldown if you cancel it early? Yes, it does. So that's a speed ring for my Kiriko to get back a little bit sooner. And then again here, I'm going to look for an open angle. I'm very careful. Where are they? Where are they? And this is good enough. Like, you don't need to flank here. Like, you look at my sight line here. I've got 1, 2, 3 targets I can help. I've got 1, 2, and then honestly 3 lanes that I can control. And I have good cover, and I still have my defensive cooldown. So I'm just existing here. Torpedoes, AoE, 1, 2, 3 targets is totally fine. And I just exist. And then there's the speed ring for my soldier. We can push forward. I also use the speed ring to rotate myself. I have the shift for a little bit of extra height as well. And then that's it. So in these open maps, when they're not running snipers that can poke me out, it's so much easier. Now, if they had run snipers, I probably would be doing the exact same thing, but playing a lot deeper on the flanks, finding ways to close distance. Speed ring for my team. Probably didn't need torpedoes there just because the AoE damage value of shooting a Rhine shield is not that good. Again, the angle here, right? I don't have to go crazy with my flank, right? I see this here. I see this here. I see this here. I see this here. I have great vision onto the rest of the team. This ult was pretty bad. I would think this would have made a lot more sense if I'd have had my speed ring or torpedoes. You want to try to synchronize those for peaks and values. Speed ring there was good. Torpedo there was good. And we're gonna pop off here. Yeah, so you just really... I think Matt was somebody who was flaming, especially early on in Juno. Like, you need to stop taking flanks. You need to stop taking flanks. And I think the idea is that the angle is fine as long as it's open. You cannot take a contested flank because you can't out-duel the person. So your mileage is going to vary. That speed ring is fine, depending on whether if you're smart enough to recognize what lanes are free and what lanes are not. And this is, lost fight here, so I'm just kind of dying. I actually think we almost win this. Let me actually play this out here. So I'm on the flank. Again, they're all very slow. I've maintained my distance. Venture can't catch me. Ryan can't catch me. I'm still here. I'm looking for trying to support my Reaper. I need to hold this corner here. I'm expecting Ryan to come after me, speed ring for myself. Notice I speed ring in the direction I want to go. I shift, they're wasting time. Ryan is chasing me. I'm just dancing around his head. Mr. Hako, thank you for the sub. Another AoE torpedo, more offensive pressure, secure the kill. Still in the angle. And again, so nobody can reach me, right? Nobody can reach me. I'm maintaining my distance. Okay, there's the venture. I rotate away immediately. I expected them to push me. I probably should have rotated back towards my team instead of this angle. This is, okay, this is going to be embarrassing. Yeah, but we ended up losing this fight. But the only reason that fight was even remotely contestable was because of the angle that I took. So from here, again, where's my lane? Where's my angle? I have a nice sightline here. I don't even need to flank here because we actually already have a crossfire setting up right here. Because my support has rotated here, I could just stay on main, and I have an off angle, right? You see it? So you don't always have to. Maybe my Kiriko is flanking so that I can kind of stay on main. I need to deepen my angle. I speed ring for my Rhine, but I don't want to stay in the open here. This is probably should have gotten me punished, but at least I had the wherewithal to quickly rotate to the left side. And then now I'm a little bit vulnerable, but thankfully I'm timing it at the same time as my team is pushing. This is just to secure the fight, so it ends up working out here. Okay, let's go back a little bit here. So we're gonna go to a Coliseo, and I think there's a really decent fight here. I think it's this one here. Oh no, it's 406. So yeah, so this is kind of an interesting fight here. So I'm kind of playing back on main. I have a decent sightline here. Look at the distance I have on that Winston. You've got to maintain distance on dive characters. Great sightline here. Again, not a flank, really. You see this? It's just the verticality. It's just a different sightline, right? We've got 3 different directions here, right? I don't want to be standing on here when I can take a high ground. And you could see what you could already see with what I see right now, what I'm about to do. It's about to be torpedoes, right? It's because I've got, look at the sightline, right? So bam, I'm going to speed ring. I should have torpedoed that. I really should have. I thought I would. I should have torpedoed that. We break bubble. They commit, and then I'm going to use my torpedoes because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So this is also good torpedoes. Bam, 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 bam. Lots of sustain, lots of ult charge. And then as we push here, this is where things get interesting. I get to kind of choose my lane here because I don't want to run it down main. I might get pincered. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to use this opportunity to rotate out left side. And so at the same time as my team is pushing, look at the sightline right here. Look at that. Huge torpedoes, bam, 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 right? Huge sightline. I'm on cover, and I'm playing around the Winston. I don't rotate until I see that Winston take an action. Then I take an action. So again, I'm always taking these angles or rotations based off of what this guy's giving me. If he uses jump, I can rotate. If he uses jump over here, I can rotate. Wherever he is, I go somewhere else. Any takeaways from the Blizzard World game? No, I think I actually played pretty poorly in that game, so I'm going to avoid reviewing that. Okay, let's keep going here. I'm just going to kind of throw you guys some different scenarios that I played with. This one is a really unique one, which is why I wanted to take a look here. And I'm not going to play the audio because I was going a little bit unhinged here. Definitely not career profile checking here. This guy was like playing the rainbow in terms of the swaps, like swapping literally every character. Okay, so then I immediately recognize, okay, they're on Farah, they're on Mercy. We're playing dive characters. I think I just pressed tab here. Now, yeah, so I swing wide for some torpedoes. They're on, yeah, so Pharmacy, Roadhog, I think they had a sniper as well. I think Ash. Yeah, so they basically running like full poke, no mobile mobility, nobody's on the flank whatsoever. My Sombra's on the flank, so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go on the angle here. And this is what Juno can do, because if I'm isolated, there is not a single character on this team that can chase me. Not a single one. Oh, the hoop went in and nothing happened yet, too. How would you play Juno on a map like Anubis? Yeah, you have to be more patient for sure. It's a lot more congested. But yeah, this one, there's nobody here. So as long as I'm careful and quiet, I use my speed ring to rotate. I shouldn't have used shift there. That was the mistake here. I find that I find this happen a lot where I get a little bit impatient and I use both cooldowns because I'm going to need this cooldown as my get out of jail free card from this position here. And because they're so slow, I can do this for free. So you're going to look at the space I create here. I mess up my CDs. I mess up my peak a little bit wide. But this creates major space. It's decent damage. It's a huge distraction. And they all chase back. Like 3 people turn around and chase. I shift around. I use my double jump. I use my verticality. And basically what ends up happening is my team just walks out of the choke for free. This also happened earlier in a game on Eichenwald as well, where I'm just abusing my mobility like a Kiriko, but versus a composition that doesn't have the mobility to chase me. And basically this continues for most of this round. Like I'm just basically just holding this angle, poking. You know I'm going to get fat torpedoes here. Just the zoning fact of the torpedoes because they can't hear them. It's just, it's there's nothing that can push me here. And so I'm just absolutely egoing. I'm not even doing a lot of damage because it is pretty far, but it's damage and damage and damage and damage and damage and damage and damage. And just because I'm able to stay on the angle for so long while also supporting my team just means that there's nothing that they can do. And so like that's kind of like where you're going to need to occasionally hit the crack pipe with Juno when those angles are wide open, when there's nobody there, when they're all slow. You need to do that kind of stuff. I find myself doing that stuff on a lot of sniper maps as well. Okay, so the last one we're going to look at here is a little bit of Hollywood, and this is more of like what I call like quote unquote traditional Juno gameplay where there is some dive threats, there's some verticality, and we'll start here. Good to hear you, Lobster. I will take your word for it, surely. So we're losing this fight. I was the reason that we actually lost first point here, and I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to pop my ultimate. I'm actually going to let this play because it's a little bit of a highlight reel here, but I don't think it's all that insightful. I think this is where things get interesting here. So I'm going to utilize the high ground. There's no snipers here. There's no Sombra. There are Doomfists and Tracers, and speaking of the devil, Junkrats. So these are all characters that I can rotate away from, maintain distance from, and because of the verticality of this map and the fact that I have speed ring and double jump and I should never let the Doomfist kill me. I should never let the Doomfist or the Tracer catch up with me. There's way too much high ground, way too much mobility. So I'm not going to always play super passive, but when my team pushes in, oh, Tracer's dead, Doomfist has used the cooldown, I'm going to go in. You don't play passively with Juno. You just have to know when you can actually take space and when you can't. So I've seen Doom use cooldowns. I've seen Tracer in the kill feed, so I can start to rotate forward. I see my team taking space, we go forward as a result. And I actually think we're gonna like kind of like let this play out because I think this was a pretty good representation of like what Juno can look like when you have space. What's up, Juicy? Again, utilizing my verticality, never giving that Junkrat a target. Never letting that Doomfist access me. I'm speed ringing my team to rotate. I'm also using that speed ring to rotate. Poke. I know this Doomfist is going to come after me, so I'm anticipating it. Okay, he doesn't come after me, but I still need a better sightline. So I'm going to take this opportunity to rotate to the left side. I need my shift. I probably didn't mind a shift there. I thought I needed it, but I didn't need it. And now you can kind of see it. Like, Doomfist could go after me here, but then I could just rotate away and then speed ring. Look at my angle. Look at my angle. Look at the vision that I have from just taking a slight off angle, slight high ground. Monstrous torpedoes here in terms of the sustain and the healing. That speed ring is intended for my Cassidy. He doesn't use it. Okay, he does use it, okay? I rotate away from Doomfist. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Is he going to leave top? Is he going to leave top? Is he going to leave top? Yes, he does. Now I take the top away from him again. Then I get another angle for torpedoes. And you notice I'm just constantly paying attention. Again, not quite there. Okay, Doomfist is going to come for me. Doomfist is going to come for me. Doomfist is going to come for me. I ult. I'm going to sit in my ult. Not a great angle, but it's one of the circumstances where it's okay. And you can see I'm just basically, again, always fill. Where's that Tracer? Where's the Doomfist? Where's the Kiriko? Where's the Junkrat? Maintain space, right? Maintain space. Do not let them close the distance on me. Oh, Doomfist is coming for me. I know it. I know it. I know it. Oh, man. Oh, no. I'm going to give that up. I'm going to give that up. I'm going to give that up. Oh, Bap's filling this. He's going to poke me out. I really don't want to take this. Okay, I'm going to ego that. I need to be careful there. That was a solo torpedo, not the best. I'm trying to push to help my Echo. I'm only pushing this aggressively because I've seen, again, Doomfist use CDs. There's nothing really to do here. Those torpedoes probably not worth it, only solo target torpedoes. And then now, I need to rotate out of here. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I need to fill this space. But because I know Tracer's here, I know that she's not here. So I'm going to rotate on a really aggressive flank, but there's nobody here. So it's fine. Oh, wait. But you know what? She doesn't have any blinks because she had to use all of her blinks. Doomfist goes after me, but you know what? I use my double jump. Oh, frick, Doomfist is on me. I'm going to shift to create a little bit of verticality. I'll stack that with my speed ring because I did get a little bit too close there. And again, it's all about maintaining distance. You're literally playing like parkour. Rotate away, find cover, rotate away. Junkrat's there, Doomfist is there. Doomfist has used the CD. I can play a little bit more aggressively, speed ring for my team. I then also use that speed ring to rotate. I think I have an angle for torpedoes. I ended up not really needing it, so that was kind of unfortunate. They walk forward. I rotate back away. I maintain distance. Ash is on the field. Hit scan's poking me out. I got to be really careful now about playing open space. Still can play a good angle there. This value is still really good. My Moira, I probably should just committed to that like left side. My Ryan pushes up. I try to follow. Again, I know where those dive characters are, so I can kind of create some space. It's really just now the Ash here, but yeah. Anyway, we end up losing that one out, so we'll stop there. But you guys can see, like it's like it's not regimented. It's not regimented. We look at Kiriko. It's a lot more like Lucio, where your positional choices are a lot more dynamic and not just like take a flank, TP out, take an angle, TP out. It's complicated. Like you could look at basically this entire VOD here, and ignoring my obvious mistakes here and there, you could probably pick at least 1 or 2 other angles that were available to me if I'd wanted to take them. It just depends on if I was smart enough to recognize them. So, you know, you're going to have some problems versus, for sure, like some super heavy dive stuff. But I think in general, the character has like an immense amount of flexibility with what they can do. And that like leads to some really interesting choices. And I think somebody in chat asked me to play 1 game on Juno and narrate it. Is that the case? I'll play a quick play game. I won't play a ranked game, but I'll play a quick play game. I'll probably feed, but yeah, this will go up on YouTube. Yeah, so there's just so much here. Like there's just so much to unpack. I feel bad that I wasn't able to go through this faster, but it's not that there's just so much here. You don't have to do everything well with this character to play well. That's the good thing. But there is so much nuance, which makes it really interesting. Any questions about anything that we talked about so far? CDs, playstyle. I know we talked about playstyle a little already, but any questions? As I take a bite. Guys are gonna have to promise not to make fun of my mechanics. But yeah, this will go up on YouTube. I'm not sure. A couple weeks, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. So I find bad Juno maps to be maps where there's less space to take angles and maps that don't have the verticality. I find Circuit to be something that can work in a pro meta when you're playing around your speed ring really well. But oftentimes the characters that you're more likely to run into in ranked are problematic. This is also kind of a mixed bag with Juno, because I like the space that I have here, you know, but it is super long sightlines, and I might run into hit scan. I might also run into Sombra and Ball here. So it's more often with Juno. I don't think there's a lot of bad maps, but there might be maps that present bad heroes, right? Maps that are good for Widow, good for Sombra, good for Ball. Blech. Can Juno be a main support or flex support or just one? It doesn't matter. Main support and flex support doesn't matter. Main support and flex support is only the people that are playing the characters at the pro level that fit general archetypes. Does not affect your play whatsoever.
Time to settle who's the best shot.
There is no competition.
Should you spy check for Sombra in that matchup? It's hard. It's hard. Okay, so I'm gonna control an angle, probably left side here. If there's like a Widow here, I can't really control this angle because it's way too long. I'm gonna try and track my threats, try to rotate away from my threats. And then where my threats give me space, I'm gonna try to fill that space. Is Juno a flexible support? She is the flexible support, I think. I think Kiriko is also very flexible. But yeah, very flexible. I try to use my Rhine shield here. Oh, there's Hanzo. So he can one-shot me too. So come on, so I know where Widow is. D.Va's gonna try to rotate on me. Audio's a little low here. That's maybe worth the solo. Okay, I'm gonna turn up my game audio a little bit. Can't use both CDs. She's gonna die for me 100%. You see it? You just gotta be quick. You gotta expect it. Quick burst of value. Okay, I need to rotate here. Oh, I thought she rotated forward. I thought she was closer. Okay, what space is available? This space is available. So you know what we do? We fill the space.
Apologies. You were in my flight path.
Ah! Okay, worth. You notice you're like, bro, that angle, that flank was crazy, but there's nobody there. There's nobody there. The D.Va, once the D.Va's rotated, it's free. It's free. You know? That's it. So, we get a kill. I'm gonna rotate. I don't want to be here. I'll use my speed ring because I have a longer rotation. Frick. Frick.
Spider should not exist on any planet.
I don't think I can get out. I'm gonna try. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. That's Juno and Cart. Widow's coming close. That's my cue. Frick, I canceled it. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. We cooked. We cooked. We cooked. We cooked. We cooked.
Enemy sniper. Keep your eyes open.
We cooked, chat. Oh no, she's after me. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. We cooked a little too much. She's gonna come for me. She's gonna come for me. She's gonna come. She's too low to come for me. So.
Hyper ring deployed. Ministering aid. Let's over here.
Can't really contest that, but I'm going to innate because I'm the goat.
I feel powerful.
Okay, don't want that. Ryan needs to come top. I can hold this angle here for now. Oof. And Sombra now.
I could use some assistance. Let me help. There's one here. Let's take off.
I think we pressure this Widow actually.
Pulsar's dispatched.
Frick! Freaking virus, man. That was a crazy virus. The verticality in this map is really good. So I think the second point gives you a lot of options with Juno. You can kind of see it. Like, there's a lot of playmaking opportunities.
Stay calm, Juno. You can do this.
So even if I die, it's like, I mean, the level of proactivity is available is insane. And this is versus, like, the worst comp to play into. Like, D.Va, Sombra, Widow, it's like, just fill the void. You have to fill the void. These aren't pro players, but, you know.
I see you. Hyper ring deployed.
Heroes never die.
Ooh.
Target's locked.
Okay, we'll back off here.
I'm on fire.
Yeah, Sombra's tricky. This is a map situation. This map is helping me out a lot. Because a map with less verticality would be a lot harder for sure. Reaper now? Oh, I messed that one up. I went for the peek there, but now I can't peek this. Oh, my right messed up. I'm waiting for Widow to peek there.
Over there.
Crusaders!
No! Chat, I messed up badly. That was bad. I'll just die card here. We could have popped off there. Those torpedoes were fat. Just dying card here. We'll get off the number though, so they don't expect it. I don't think I could got out there.
Bonjour. No one can hide.
Yeah, Sombra is
from
difficult with
my
angles, so you
sight.
just have to pay attention to win it. But it's like higher risk, higher reward for sure. But I agree with you. There's the double speed, and then shift once speed is done. I'm close to ult. I have sight, so I know where D.Va is not. My Rhine is in. I've heard boosters, I think. Yeah.
I see an enemy injury detected. Engaging closers.
Early rotation. I need to help my Rhine out here. Oh, frick.
Come on, everyone. I need healing.
I don't think we need...
Pulsar's inbound. Enemy spotted.
Okay, they have a lever, so we can walk now.
Enemy over here.
So I can even continue to rotate here, because I'm ready to go.
Let's take off.
That was a bit cheeky. Ah! Oh no! Frick, man. Okay, that was a little cheeky, I'm not gonna lie.
I will not let you down.
Okay, I missed it. We're gonna get this Widow, guys. Oh no, she knows I'm here.
Light speed.
60 seconds.
I feel powerful.
Oh, crud, I thought I might jump. Junkrat.
Nerf this.
This guy.
Fucking satellite vector, maximum velocity.
Rotate away early. Ah! Ah, that literally jump scared me. I forgot about Widow, my bad. Ah! Ah! I hate that hero. It's terrified me. Ah!
We must accelerate.
We can actually win this here. Holy crap! Alright, so I need information here, so I'm actually going to save my shift. They have Diva Tracer right here.
Little time remains. We can do this. Right here. Let's take off.
Ah, crap, I didn't reach.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Watch supporting at T equals 0.
I don't have my thing, but she has to worry about cart. I don't know where this Widow is. So we're going to speed rotate. Nice. Okay.
Victory.
Yeah, torpedo is very satisfying. You could see there versus this composition, there was a lot more space, so I could go for a lot more aggressive flanks. Generally, I wouldn't go for something quite as aggressive, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't even a particularly good game, but you could see, like, there's so much, like, rotational potential, especially if you actually, like, hit your shots and manage your CDs well, which I'm not particularly good at, but I think the positional side of things, Juno, is, like, there's just so much that you can do. It's just about, you're going to, like, watch pro players, and you're going to be like, bro, how do they get away with that? It's just a question of what space is available. It's just what space is available, and if it's not there, then it isn't there. That's pretty much all there is to it. Okay, let's talk about, let me take a quick break. I'm going to eat some, and then we're going to do on the why the pros don't play like you do thing, because I actually think this is going to be super, super interesting. Like a really interesting Reddit thread that somebody sent to me this morning. And I want to talk about it. Where's the message here? Pull it up really fast in the background while we're chomping. Have I analyzed Pro Juno gameplay? I have not. I've seen a couple of videos on it from like Unter and a couple other people, and I just felt like the level of play with Juno is like really bad right now. They're basically kind of using her like as a speed bot in certain situations, but a lot of the Juno play that I've seen so far has been like pretty bad. So this happened often. Like I remember when Moira released, everyone was so bad at Moira, but she was just like provided some sort of utility that other people used. So I would say pro play is probably not, I would literally rather watch Yeatle. I think Yeatle is probably a better Juno player than the pro Junos right now. Would you put Juno S or F? I would say probably B. Still can get outvalued in a lot of circumstances. Pretty hard to play. But like at the higher level, B. But it obviously depends on what you're talking about. Yeah, I'll wait 5 minutes, Ryan. Yeah, that was one of the videos I saw sync. It wasn't the only one, but it's a good example of like, you would never see any pro player play any support to that level except for the brand new one. Zelly, hey. Mm-hmm. Getting the stream thing set up there. Hey, Texas Toff, thank you for the sub. He seems to be pretty good. I believe it. Hey, Poison. Now, it'll just take some time for these guys to get good. Yeah, sure, Zoe, if you don't mind me chomping in your ear. Yes and no, Zelly. Thank you for the sub, ice cream. Yes and no. Understanding a concept is not why we practice a concept. Being able to execute the concept thoughtlessly is when you've mastered a concept. So when you practice something that you already know, you're not doing it to learn it better. You're doing it to help upgrade your autopilot at that skill. So I would, if I were you, when possible, unless you're really bored, try to practice it even if you think you've already got it. Like really force yourself to do it in your sleep, kind of a thing. You know what I'm saying? Because again, you're not doing it to learn it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even need to practice. You just learn the concept, get in a VOD review, and you're good, right? No, it doesn't include a heat lamp. I mean, why do you think Michael Jordan practiced layups? Do you think Michael Jordan practiced free throws? Do you think he had bad free throw form? You know? Do you think Steph Curry practices free throws? There's nothing more to understand. But you need the repetition. Now, how much before you get bored? You know, I mean, I don't know. That's up to you. I'd say most characters sync I'm pretty confident with. I'd say characters that I get higher reps on, like Ana, Winston, Tracer, Genji, stuff like that. And then ones that I get higher reps on that are a little bit simpler, like Cassidy, for example. Who's, I don't coach as much, but I coach a decent amount of, and he's simpler. Shoot Winston bubble if there's nothing else valuable to shoot. Shooting Winston is good. Shooting Zenyatta standing out in the open is better. But can you see Zenyatta from your current position? No? Then shoot Winston bubble. A good Winston engage will often put himself in a position where it's kind of the only thing you can shoot, right? But if there's something else valuable to shoot, then shoot something else. Polito, did you respond to the thread yet? Not yet. Yeah, see, Curry, I guarantee you Curry you know, the funny thing is, I bet Curry has made like 23s in a row in practice. You know? Or more. But then you got to go and do it in a game, under pressure. A lot of other crap happening. That's why you practice. You practice stuff you've already mastered. Isn't that a positioning error to have the whole team shooting bubble? Yeah. Absolutely. If a Winston dives and your entire team can only see that Winston bubble, then your team's messed up. You've positioned wrong. Or it was a bad engage. But you see, that's why thinking about whether you should shoot Winston bubble or not is really kind of a flawed question. Instead, think about your positioning and then shoot what's convenient, right? Winston bubble is valuable. Very valuable. But it might not be the most valuable thing you can see. All right. Yeah, very insightful answer there. Yeah, I agree with you. Positioning error for sure. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to get some something to drink. 1 second. Let's a few more questions and we'll move in. How's my day going? Going pretty good, mate. Thank you. You should always stay in the Spilo staying on the open. Yes, 100%. What would you say makes a character difficult besides obvious mechanics? I think the things that make a character difficult besides mechanics is the choices. I think having choices is what makes a character difficult. I think a lot of people look at complexity in terms of how punished are you when you make a mistake. And I think that that's a fair level of difficulty in one aspect. We had a discussion with SVB with this in my recent podcast on the group up. But I think being punished for a mistake isn't necessarily difficulty in itself. In terms of understanding the character, it's just difficulty in executing the character. Understanding a character comes through how complicated is the character in terms of choices. How many choices do you have? I mean, it's a great example. We just talked about Juno. Juno's complexity comes from there are so many things that you can do, but which one's the right one? Because choosing the right one is important. Amari Pepper cameo? You want to see her? She's, well, I'll get her when she's done eating. But yeah, and I think that, like, I think a lot of people misunderstand that. We had this discussion with Kiriko with SVB, and SVB is like, isn't the definition of getting out with TP the definition of an easy character? Well, easy in what regard? Easy in terms of you don't die, or easy in actually winning the game? And I really didn't agree with the way SVB looked at it, because he was saying the difficulty comes through like your ability to survive, but that's not how Overwatch works. You need to win the game. You need to provide value. Living isn't, you can live in spawn room. It's really easy to live in spawn room. But for Kiriko, getting value isn't just living, it's making the right choices and getting value in. And I think that's where there's not a lot of obvious difficulty, right? Right. So Reinhardt too, right? There's so many things that Reinhardt can do, especially with Pen, right? Like there's a million corners you can hold. So which one's the right one? Of course. Glad to hear it was helped you. I hope keep up the good work, mate. Yeah, anyway. A character can be very non-punishing, very forgiving, but still be really hard. The irony is that people say that about Kiriko, but you know who's one of the most forgiving characters in Overwatch? You guys aren't going to like my answer to this. You guys are not going to like my answer to this. Genji. Genji is one of the most forgiving characters in Overwatch. He has double jump. He has deflect. He has dash. He has wall climb. But the thing is that Genji has so many defensive cooldowns. But if you don't take risk with Genji, you don't win games. You could sit with Genji in your backline and poke the enemy tank all day long. Ryan to an extent as well. And never die. Like never die. Like there's so many other characters that would die in that situation and you just never die, but you're not going to win games. So in many ways, Kiriko and Genji have similar things where they have a lot of get out of jail free cards, but you have to do things. Like you can't just, right? And I think that that's where the complexity of the character comes in. I do think Ryan is, you could stand there and shield, right? Like you really don't die. Like he just has immense survivability. But yeah, it is a good example. Like Ryan has to actually take risks to do things and so on. So, okay, let's take a look at this. Let me make sure I've got everything pulled up on my end. And yes, I do. Serious question. Why do so many top 500 tracers seemingly play so different from the rest of us? I'm in High Masters trying to scrape into GM. When I play Tracer, I try to follow Spilo's device of setting up angles, timing my engages, so much, and effective range, yeah. And yeah, if you watch any top 500 gameplay on YouTube, whether it be Sugar Free, Dante, J3, Hydrant, Awkward, or any other not mentioned, they all seem to have blatant disregard for the tints I try to follow. I love that there's just like Sugar Free, Dante, Hydrant, and then just like... One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. You get what I'm saying? Okay. The best way I could describe it is they all play Tracer like she's a faster Reaper. Yeah. Yes, that's it. They play on top of their team. Not likely, but possible. They don't set up a lot of angles, if at all, and they spend a lot of time shooting in main. Even if it's outside of the 12-meter damage, they just discard cover usage, blow their CDs, like recall very early or triple blinks, etc. On paper, they are not playing Tracer properly, but it clearly works, and there must be some merit to the way they play the character, otherwise they wouldn't be at the ranks they are, right? Has anyone noticed this difference of playstyle? What do you think? Am I overlooking a key part of the gameplay? And I'm going to go through the comments really quick, but first I'm going to kind of answer the question, and then we'll look at some gameplay examples. The answer is that yes, Tracer is a faster Reaper, which means that you could set up deeper angles if you want to. The problem that people don't seem to understand is that Tracer doesn't always have to go for backlines. She just needs to set up a short-range off angle and shoot tank or shoot the angle or mark the DPS. Here's how low-rank Tracer works, all right? You got the enemy team in a big clump. Tracer's team is in a big clump. And then the Tracer takes a flank and goes... That's the wind blowing because there's nobody here, okay? There's nobody here, and then you shoot backline. In high level play, this is not how people set up. This is not how people set up. Come on, come on, come on. This is what happens. And by higher level play, I mean, this happens in plat. This happens in diamond. It starts happening more and more. And you take your angle, right? Let's see, your Tracer takes the angle here. We'll give Tracer green here. And frick, there's somebody here. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to take a flank that doesn't work. Give up. And maybe they'll commit to the flank and like try and sneak around behind and it fails and they get isolated and killed. Or people take angles, you know? And so what do you do when the play style that you're trying to do, the angle that you're trying to take, the flank that you're trying to take, there's somebody freaking there? Well, you fight them, you shoot them, you poke them, you trade there. If you win the trade, maybe you'll force a 2-for-1, or maybe you'll just force them out. And then you'd actually take the angle and... You ready for this? Maybe you don't even shoot backline. Maybe there isn't a good angle to shoot backline. You take the lane and you shoot the freaking tank. The reason why Tracer and a lot of these characters, we're going to talk about a couple of them, tank, DPS, support, Kiriko, Winston, Doom, looks different is because flanks and low ranks are just not contested. You don't play differently in higher ranks. And that's going to be the key thing I'm going to tell you guys. You do not play differently. The way the game is not played, the game is not played differently. They're just better at playing it. You still take angles, you still take flanks, you still take different sightlines. They're more likely to have other people that are trying to do the same thing. So you have to fight them for it. And that's where maybe the meta game shifts, but we're not playing a different game. The gray zone between off angle and flank, you're overthinking it. I think a lot of people overthink things, and I think that's something we're going to try and look at today. So learn the rules like a pro, so you can break them like an artist. Sure, in all seriousness, though, Spilo has a video about cheating. Yep, that's absolutely... Cheating is basically saying, oh, I see somebody in backline, I'm just going to go in and finish them off really quick if you see an opportunity. Risky, but it's something. So also knowing that often streamers aren't always playing in top form. They play all day, they mess around for content. That is probably the most important thing here. A lot of these players are high-level mechanical players, but they are, not exactly locked in on stream. I've seen J3 play a lot of Tracer. I think J3 is really not a good Tracer. He's good mechanically. He can move well, okay, but he does not know how to position with Tracer almost at all. And that just goes to show you don't really need to master even basics of positioning to climb in rank. You just have to be really, really good in mechanics and understanding other things. And I honestly, Tracer is one of J3's weakest heroes. I'm not trying to flame the guy, but this is why you don't just want to mimic the higher level players, because a lot of times what higher level players did to get to there, especially streamers, was just play the game an ungodly amount of time and get really good mechanics and get really good at the kit of the character. You see, when you look at Tracer, Tracer's hard because it's not just about off angles and timing. It's, can you blink properly? Can you put your crosshair on their head? Do you know how to duel a Cassidy? Do you have good recall timing? Can you hit your pulse bombs, right? And you don't even always need to have good fundamentals if you just have the capability of the kit. I knew a lot of people, I've seen people in a lot of other games perform really well without good first-person fundamentals because they're just really good at aiming, are really, really good at aiming. So there's no secret formula here, right? And the reason why we focus on fundamentals for players that aren't J3 is because it's generally easier and better for long-term growth to focus on those fundamentals instead of just, hey, just play the game for 89 hours every day. Now, some of that is demanded. You are going to have to put time in, but it's going to be significantly less if you're going to be able to accelerate that rate. For example, when I hit Grandmaster, I had, I would say probably half of the hours in the game than other Grandmaster players had. About half. Because I got VOD reviews and I set goals and I worked on my positioning and CD usage. And I didn't just grind first-person shooters all. I did grind mechanics, I did. But I just understood the game better. And that's even to this day, right? I do have a lot of hours in Overwatch, but I could pretty much just snap my fingers and go from plat whatever or diamond whatever to masters whatever in about a week and a half on a brand new character just because I have good fundamentals of Overwatch, right? I'm not even good mechanically. And you guys saw in my Juno, I'm not even very good at applying the cooldowns, but I understand the theory of what I'm trying to be doing. So there's a lot of mechanical stuff here. Main thing is team play here. Top 500 Tracer main here. What coaches don't tell you is to climb quickly, you have to play incorrectly. This is not right. I mean, you can, but it's not right. That aggression will stay with your play something initially focus on getting it out. Tracer's not an assassin. I mean, she is an assassin. Uptime is gradually matter more since the admission of the DPS passive. This is also not true. The DPS passive has a minuscule impact on things, especially since it was nerfed on tanked. You cannot unga bunga the backline to kill off, and you can't just wait for somebody. Well, the reason that you see how the perception of the game is entirely different at top 500? You want to know why? Because people mark you on angles. You want to know why Tracer is an assassin in top 500? Because there's somebody on that angle. You're being spy checked permanently. The problem is that this is why top 500 players are not very good at advice. Now, I don't know what the rest of this post is. We'll read the rest, but this is not good. And uptime is bad. Pursuing uptime is bad. Because the reason why is because he is saying, oh, you can't assassin anymore. You need to play for uptime. Because you know what high uptime is in top 500? Do you know what high uptime is in top 500? It's the fact that every time you even start to take an angle, there's somebody there. So of course you have high uptime because every single step of the way is contested. Whereas in low ranks, you're still taking the same angles and flanks, but there's nobody there. Or less often. So you can't unga bunga the backline to kill often. You can when you're in plat. You don't try to play differently, but it just happens. They're not there. And you can't wait for somebody to get low all the time either. That's true. But that's not what we coach, is it? What's happening is playing significantly closer to your team, shooting but keeping your options open. Shooting because in the same way that those angles are congested, right? Like think about it this way. Which Tracer is playing closer to their team, right? Let's get the eraser out here. Which Tracer is playing closer to her team? The Tracer that's on a contested flank right now, fighting the enemy DPS, or the Tracer that is uncontested, wrapping around a backline? Which one? Which one's playing closer to the team? Obviously this one, right? Obviously this one. But is that a conscious, decisive choice? No. It's just because in my goal to go shoot people in the back, people are trying to stop me. So the question is, which Tracer is doing a better job? And that's also a fundamentally flawed question. Because when you are uncontested on a flank, you get all the glory. But when you're on a flank getting contested, you're protecting your team at the same time. So what happens if you weren't here? What would happen, right? Well, then their Tracer would go on your backline, right? So you're just fighting for space. Basically what Tracer is in a higher level, it's a lot less flashy in some ways. Just because you're kind of doing the good old honest work of fighting for space. Would you say playing really close to tank is good as Tracer? Not. I wouldn't go out of my way to. If I end up taking an angle and that happens to be the angle that's close to my tank, okay, sure. You guys need to stop thinking about things as like the end result is how I judge an outcome. It's very similar to people going, should I shoot a Winston bubble or not? I don't know. Find your position and see what the consequence. When you set up good positions, the decisions are not necessarily made for you, but they come pretty darn close to. In the same way that if you take care of your health, you take care of your sleep, you take care of your relationships, and you do a good job at whatever work you do, and you look for ways to try new things, you don't have to overthink the details. You focus on the bricks. The decision will make itself. Wait, whoops. Where did I go? Actually disregarding cover usage leads to insta-death, no exceptions. I agree with this one. This one, I will say, is probably over-exaggerated. We're going to look at some VODs in a second. Blowing cooldowns is purpose misplayed. It calculate risk reward. Never stick exactly what coaches say. They're trying to guide you in the right direction and give you general set of skills and provide a list of hard rules you can't break or bend. And like I said, like it's a fundamental flawed thing here, but that's okay. Like if you want to see somebody play the game well, watch a pro player. If you want to learn how the game is played, don't don't listen to a pro player. There are very few high-level players that are actually good at communicating their thought processes in a way that's actually improved. But anyway, we'll stop with that. And I actually have a question here, and Gogurt's going to respond here. Try and find a couple. This one, we're going to kind of bounce back and forth here. J3 with a reply. Sugar Free, by the way, is a great tracer. Now, is he going to be playing full locked in on ranked after 4 hours of scrims? I don't know. I mean, again, if you guys have been on my channel, you should have some expectations. Would Awkward be good? I think Awkward pursues uptime a little bit too much, but there's a lot of things that you can learn from Awkward, sure. Okay, this one. Essentially the whole interaction between 140 and 310. He did end up getting a pick, but I'm not sure why he was in the position there for so long. Another interaction at 450. Okay, so 140, 310. Let's lock in, chat. Let's lock in. And let's see what we can do. I actually might pull up Epic Pen here as well. This is why you should always pursue good fundamentals. You should not worry about who should I shoot, what is good target priority. No, don't worry about target priority. Just take a good angle and shoot.
You eat.
Attackers
I eat bread soy sauce a lot.
Like I've already told you.
So what do we got here? Sojourn, Lucio, Winston, Ana, Tracer. Chat, are the off angles going to be contested playing versus a Tracer, Sojourn, Winston, Ana, Lucio comp? Yes. Yes, every flank that you're going to take, there's going to be a Lucio on it. There's going to be a Tracer on it. There's going to have a Sojourn with her crosshair on your head. That's another thing as well. Higher level is almost exclusively in Overwatch 2 populated with more angle-taking heroes. You're more likely to run into Hanzos and Junkrats and Zen sitting in the back line. It's much more likely to be running into Tracers and things that can test you on the flank. Not just the playstyle, but the heroes themselves you're more likely to run to. Okay.
They are not worth 1.5k. Maybe when they were fucking new, that shit is worn.
Yeah, I just eat bread and soy sauce. Like, what's the most weird thing you eat?
Force Primal? What? Like he could be rotating all the way around in the flank right now, but this Winston overextends. He has an angle on the Winston, so pulls the Force Primal.
What's one weird thing you eat?
Weird?
This is a mistake. This is a mistake. There's no sugarcoating this. He thought about rotating. He wasn't sure about it. He should have rotated. He probably would have been marked by their Tracer, almost certainly. But it still would have been better because their Tracer has a much better stuff angle from this position here. So he needs to pull that Tracer onto the angle and then take the 1v1 on that flank. In fact, that would have also given his Kiriko an angle with which to take out. This sucks. Now, what he's probably going to do is he's going to walk out. He's going to double blink off to the side here. But even that's going to be tough because that's going to take resources. Yeah, there it is. So he's going to take the double blink here. But now that leaves him vulnerable to the enemy Tracer marking because he's used resources to take the angle instead of just walking on the angle when he had the time. So now he's going to get his recall forced. And if they were paying attention, he could have died there. This is a mistake. There is no sugarcoating this. He would have been marked if he'd taken the angle, but it still would have been worth doing. This guy's yapping in voice chat. He's not locked in. Sugar Free is a phenomenal tracer. Phenomenal tracer. But this is just a mistake. Wait, how long was this to? 310. So you're right. This is wrong. This is wrong. And you can see the consequences of it too. And now, because he doesn't have recall, he's careful and cautious about taking... Now, there's a lot of verticality here, so there's not a lot of angles that he can take carefully. But he can't exactly deepen his angle and try to mark card here, because he doesn't have his recall. He's missing HP. He's still missing HP. He's still missing HP. So he's kiting and holding a soft off angle here, so that's good. But he doesn't have the resources. Now he has resources here. So... Oh, by the way, he doesn't have to deepen here. Because the question is, Chad, are we on an angle right now? Are we on an angle right now? Now, obviously, this is a little far, and because he still doesn't have HP. By the way, he hasn't been full HP for over a minute, right? But are we on an angle right now? Think about it. Think about it. A lot of people miss this. Yes, we are. It's not a flank, not like deep here, but yeah, we got backline up here. We're here, poking here, we're poking here, we're poking here. This is fine. It's a little long, but we're playing like this because we're missing HP. So I think this is making the best of a bad decision or a bad position. Because again, how many heroes could hold this angle without dying? Any other character would have gotten dove and died a long time ago. Yeah. Because he's behind his tank. But the thing is his tank is on an angle. Angle has come. And let me say this really clearly. Angle has nothing to do with your tank, your support, your DPS, the position on the map. Like, this is main, everybody knows. Well, it might not. It has nothing. Everything is relative. Right now, main on the map and with your tank is an angle because of where your backline is. Now, what I would have liked is I would have liked him to have split from his tank. I would have liked his stupid Kiriko to find an opportunity to TP out and get to here. She's trying to babysit the Winston, which is a really stupid mistake because you're just giving free value to their backline. If we could get Hog holding corner here, Sugarfree playing his resources and setting up a lot better, we could have Kiri Tracer here, Hog here, and then Ana, what is that, Sojourn here? And as long as they don't have like Nano Primal, that's probably fine. And honestly, we can even sell our Ana. It's just a bad setup from our Kiriko and a bad setup from our Tracers kind of snowball things. And so now they're 24/7 stuff and choke. Like, this fight is unwinnable with this setup. And that starts with Sugarfree.
Did we just carry ult?
Yes, we carry ult to get out of this. Oh no, they used it. They wasted it.
Did we just carry ult?
Cheating. But you know what? It's there. He had his recall. He had his blinks. And he also didn't just go in at a bad time. He went in at a very well good time. That wasn't that good of a clip, guys. It really wasn't that good of a clip. The guy was standing still. We've seen much better clips from Sugarfree. I think that's mostly it. Well, we'll go until 310. When a team is fighting for nothing, maybe because of nothing. Yep. It's not complicated. And now we're marking the angle, right? And now we go, oh, well, now I have to rotate away because now that's Ana plus Tracer. So,
No. Oh, he did first fight.
So now we take the high ground. This is a great rotation. Now we're being marked on the angle again. So we just need to take the duel. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. And you know why he's doing this? Because he wants a pulse on Winston. So he's giving up the angle to look for pulse on Winston. This is cheating. It's not a bad play. Well, okay, I said it was a mistake. I wouldn't say it's not necessarily a mistake. It's just a high-risk play. Where if you don't hit the pulse on Winston, this becomes a huge problem because you've given the Tracer the entire angle for free. That's just a feed from their Winston. Why did it fail? Chat, why did Sugarfree get slept? What's the word here? We just said it. This is cheating. This is cheating. We started on this angle. We rotated main to stick to Winston. Winston overextends and dies. Then we use all of our blinks to chase a target a million miles away. We hit the pulse bomb, but he dies for it. Because the sleep is really easy to hit when you don't have another blink. So it's a high risk, high reward play. Again, this is not necessarily a mistake. Just a risky play. Just a risky play. I've coached Shax for 2 years. Probably at the time, definitely at the time, the best Western Tracer. American or European. And we talked about this kind of stuff, the setup phase, what angle to play. Should you be on cart as an angle? Should you be angling deep? Okay, no, they're not marking me, and I have pulse, so I go deep. On a brig metas, all sorts of crap. And we talked about the stuff in depth. It's the same game. It's the same game. It's finding times when you can cheat or when you don't want to cheat, when you see opportunities, when to take the 2v1 and just to play slow, when to rotate. It's the same game. It's not a different game. Interaction at 450. Let's find out. Why is he going here?
God damn.
Oh, we just... Fuck.
Just gonna pass.
Why is he going here? He's trying to brute force the angle, right? He thinks the hog's overextended, but you know what? I agree with you. I think this is crazy. I think this is crazy. I think this is crazy. You're rotating with with your team, and they're gonna deepen the angle to deep, maybe even go high ground. But I agree with you. I think a little pressure on left side while your team pushes out top would have been a little bit smarter. Virulence, I think so. I actually don't know. I don't remember what it's called. Virulence. I'm sorry. It's been a while. Okay, let's look at the Dante video here. Dante is also good tracer. How old is this? Okay, he's a little washed. I will say that. But Dante, at a point in time, was a good tracer. 150. Granted, I don't think there's a whole lot we could get the situation straight before the whole national was necessary to burn to recall. Let's find out.
Pretty much playing tracer in a fucking master's lobby. It's actually kind of crazy to think about.
He'll get his recall back by the time the fight starts. He thought the soldier was one. It's just ego. It's just ego. This would never happen in an actual professional scrim or a high level lobby. I promise you. Zero chance. You just heard what he just said? Playing tracer in a master's lobby, right? That's just disrespect. That's cheating, going for a play that he thinks that may or may not pay off. That's not that deep. You're right. It's insane. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Equally skilled soldier, equally skilled tracer. Soldier wins that one 99% of the time. Opts to sit with his tank, whereas the person would have wrapped around to get behind the soldier Kiriko. Let's find out. Now he doesn't have his recall. He doesn't have his recall. And he's also playing versus a composition that's not very fragile. There's not a lot of threat of one clips on divas and Kirikos. Okay, let's actually take a look at the comp. Hey, what's up? The fragility of this backline is not that great. Like Juno maybe, but not that much. So just hold the angle.
So happy to see it do that.
Is our tracer on an off angle right now, chat? Is our tracer on an off angle? Yes. So do we need to rotate? No. Right? Just shoot. If you want to go for backline because you got pulse bomb, maybe they're on Widowmaker, Sand, sure. What's the point? Well, the reason that you suck at this is, well, you already highlighted being confused at this fight. So I'm not surprised that you suck at this particular fight. Right? You're not bad. You're a great tracer player. But yeah, you're fine. Just shoot. Hey, just shoot.
Ventures in.
This backline has not taken space. They're still stuck in the choke. You don't need to do anything. Now, if they walk through the choke, then you shoot them. You could wrap around behind them, but they've not really committed. You could flank.
Picture one.
And there it is. He does. And it's fairly successful, right? But he didn't necessarily need to. He had an off angle. He had a good position. Right, so the thing is just you need an angle. You don't have to be flanking people 24/7. You know what I'm saying? Just shoot. If you have a good short range off angle on any target, you're fine. It might not always be the best position, but it's good enough. It's good enough. Would be this other creator? Seeker. Now, I wouldn't say Seeker is a great tracer, so we'll go over this one, but I think Seeker is more of a hitscan guy.
Alright, who should I pulse? Oh, they swap Moira Bap. Guess I'm not pulsing anybody
On the off angle here, this one's fine.
anymore.
You guys need to stop reading the kill feed. Just because Seeker might have popped up. This is good. Just good. He's controlling the angle, right? I promise you, like large amounts of cash, that if Tracer wasn't here, somebody would have filled this void from either Kiriko or like Echo or whatever else, or BAP or whatever. It's dumb. It was dumb. Chat, what should we have done? What should we have done? I want you to use your third eye. Something's missing here. What's missing? What's missing? Keep shooting? No. Actually, no. Because they're too far away. It's not a short range off angle. Who the frick is here? There's somebody there. It's BAP. Somebody's there. And they're closer. So much closer. They're right there. Why are we triple blinking across the map to chase something all the way? When there's somebody right there. It's a short range off angle. Turn around. Mark this. Shoot that. What are you doing? That was never going to work. With or without fade. And now he loses the angle because he got his recall forced by chasing. You're right. This is dumb. We're not going to sugarcoat it.
That stuck him for sure. That definitely stuck him.
And now we lost the angle, right? You notice that?
I love season 9.
Oh, this guy. Overwatch content creators in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Pulls like the biggest bogus misplay of all time. Season 9. I love Seeker. I know he's trolling, but it's still funny, man. Oh, jeez. And why is he going? There's right there. There's an echo literally right there. Why is he? Goodness, man. All right, cheers, bro.
Not even horrible. It's literally good.
Yeah. Now, if this is timed well, this is useful. Yeah. Yeah, he greeted his recall there and got clipped. But that was much better, you know, actually contesting the people on the angle. But yeah, this isn't a psyops guy. This is just bad. It's bad. It's the mechanics actually. So I doubted Seeker's Tracer, but honestly, the mechanics look pretty smooth there. Like I'll give some credit where credit's due. But yeah, let's keep going here. This one from Hydrant. 430 and 5. Hydrant Tracer is strong. 53 limbs. I'm convinced. I'm pretty sure like this is like automated. Play the game. I'm pretty sure this is like AI or something, or maybe it's not. All right, Hydrant Tracer. So he's pushing cart. Goodness knows why. There's 4 people on cart right now. So he's super late in the rotation. What comp are they on as well? Because I think, I will say this. Composition does dictate which angles are more attractive. So you look at a composition like this, it's not a very fragile backline, and it's a pretty quick backline. So you may want to play more like a more poke-oriented angle, like something like a little bit shorter and not as deep of a flank. Like I said, the stuff becomes more common in higher ranks. So here, I would probably prefer playing angle here, and then you could always deepen into this way. Than where Hydrant is right now. So he rotates, but he's so freaking late. And then here, there just isn't a great angle. Okay, so he's deepened for the angle there, but he's down a blink, which is scary. There's nothing really to say here, though. He's committing hard in backline. Wait, what am I missing here? I mean, He tried to take an angle. He got poked out of the angle. He then rotated and found a different angle. There's nothing crazy here. This is actually pretty flank heavy versus what he's playing. So that's pretty normal. And then ensuing fight at 5-0. What you may notice with Hydrant, or with a lot of these Tracer players, is that when the angles are bad, right? Like, it's really easy to poke them out. It's really open. They get a little bit weirder with how they play. But that's more of a map problem. Big day? Big day because you're here, Storm. Poking out the Tracer on the angle. Poking out the Tracer on the angle. Then takes the angle. They're going to try to chase him. Do you see it? They're pushing him. He gets help from his team. He's able to hold the angle. Then from here, he's going to poke out from here. And then maybe even deepen his angle to the right side. There's nothing here. There's no surprises here. Okay, he's dumb. I wonder if the audio cut out because he swore. Yeah, because that was a big mistake. Because now he doesn't actually have the capability. Now he has to run it through main. He lost the angle. I mean, the verticality here is tough, you know, if you're playing Tracer. You're welcome, Storm. So now it's like frick. So now he's thinking about it. If there's no beat here from the enemy team, I guarantee you, if there's no beat here, There's B. Oh, he's thinking about it. You know what he's thinking about, chat? He's thinking about double blinking in here, I think. Or shooting here and looking for an opportunity to rotate through main, right? But they beat, so now he just kind of off angles on the right side and just shoots. He doesn't have the capability to hard flank. He doesn't have time.
We're gonna fade.
He doesn't even have the path to get there. And then when he can, he deepens and sets up his angle. But this is pretty easy to poke out.
For half, no fade.
He's still on a bit of an angle, right? Where his team is right and he was left. No, I didn't stream for you, Bobby. Actually, I specifically was not going to stream because I freaking hate you, but then Storm came along and I was like, all right.
Twitching.
Yeah, I mean, again, no super mystery there. Your students. Compare that to some of your students that you VOD or even unranked to GM on Tracer. They take the time to get behind people. They're being a little sneakier, more methodical. They're engaged. All right, well, let's take a look here.
It was like, what, April? So.
Yep. Wait, where is this? Okay, well, this is a great example here. We don't even necessarily need to look at the VOD. Chat, let's look at like one fight here. Why do you think our Tracer, as Spilo yaps like nobody has ever yapped before, why do you think our Tracer is deep angling here? Look at the comp, look at the situation. What do you guys see? Cheers, Storm. What do you guys see? Look at the comp, look at the situation, look at the map. Right? Backline is relatively fragile. And you know what else, chat? I could literally draw, actually I can do you better. I could draw a line on our screen. Okay? And there is nobody on this entire side of the map. Nobody's there. There's nobody on the angle. No Genji, no Tracer, no Ana, no ED. Nobody's there. Nobody's there. There's nobody marking that angle. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is Diamond. So you know what you do? You take the angle and you shoot backline. Now, if there had been a Genji here, you'd see the Tracer here, poking out the Genji, prodding and poking, prodding and poking. But there's nobody there. So guess what my Tracer does? Guess I'll flank, right? Guess I'll flank. That's it. They're just taking the free space. That's it. There's nobody there. Now, if there'd been somebody marking there, well, you have to take the 1v1. Kind of poke from main. Or not from main, but you're poking in front of their face. Just take the free real estate. This one was a pretty mental focus VOD review. So, again, nobody's here. So we could sit here and poke. We can rotate here and poke. We could rotate all the way around behind. But you see, I don't even think that's necessary. Why? Just get here and start poking. So guess what? I think this player, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I think they make a mechanical mistake. Yeah, but this is fine. The space is there. Like the reason why it feels different is because in higher level play, that space just isn't as often free. And so your skill as Tracer is when those spaces are contested. How good are you at winning those 1v1s or not dying, right? Yeah. Yep. Another student at 5:15. Timing was off. He got caught out early. Talked about this specifically. Took a lot different than one's top 500. Granted, the map offers deeper angles than some examples have given. Ha! That's it exactly. You got it. All right, well, I'll take a look here. All right, well, I want context here. Where are we at here? Oh my gosh, holy crapping yapper McYap tips. Yeah, so we're trying to hard flank here. We don't necessarily have to hard flank here. We get marked in the angle, so we take the 1v1. We take the 1v1, and we win the 1v1. The reason that we got caught in the flank is I think this is because while we were setting up the angle, their team got killed, and so he tried to live in their backline. But that honestly was a bit of a mistake because it did mean that we were kind of slow to start pushing in. But yeah, there wasn't that detailed. We took the angle. It was a pretty deep flank. They ran into a Tracer. They won the 1v1, and that's it. If there had been nobody on this flank, then they would have kept going and going for backline. So it just so happened that the Tracer ended up being on the flank that we wanted to take. And the reason that that flank worked is because they just let us go there. There was nobody there to stop. you know? Or the A10 Tracer video, 40-minute mark. All right. Let's take a look.
Walk right, and we can get behind her. And then line it up. I'm scared she's going to post one, by the way. That's why.
He's on the back line. I don't know how long it took him to get there. Hopefully not too long. He's on a short off angle. Easy clip.
And I'm going to die here, probably. And break it down with a bunch of other things. Okay? I imagine the enemy team's pathing. I then intercept it from a different angle than they are going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that wasn't mechanical. Straight up. That thing on the mortar was unironically not mechanical.
I fail to understand what the problem is here. He's saying, but you see angle behind the M team, whereas I just don't see me top 500s doing that regardless of the map. If you don't see tracers setting up on this angle in top 500, then you're watching the wrong top 500s. I might not go all the way around in the flank, but sitting here on this angle, really easy. You get pressured, it's easy to get out. Now, you know what would happen in top 500? Here's what would happen in top 500. What would happen in top 500? Now, okay, this is now where your knowledge is going to be tested here. Your knowledge is going to be tested here. Can you actually apply what we've talked about? Raya and Toaster and all you guys. What would happen in top 500 here? Right here. Enemy team is on, what are they on? I don't know what heroes are on. Mercy, Echo, Tracer. Great, okay, perfect. What would happen here? Yep. Tracer would be here. Tracer would be right here on your left. 100%. So then what would A10 do? He'd poke the Tracer. Maybe he loses a couple of blinks. He blinks out to here and is poking the Tracer from main. Just poking the Tracer here. And then maybe rotates to here and pokes from here. And Mark and controlling the Tracer Echo from here. And that's what happens. Somebody's going to be there. It's not going to be empty. Yes, that's a good win, Storm. Yeah, 100%. And top 500, somebody's going to be here. Almost certainly. So the difference between playing Tracer like an assassin or a pressure sponge on Real is there somebody that is taking the same angle as you are? Then you're a pressure sponge. If the answer is not, then you're an assassin. That's pretty much it. That's it. There's nobody here. So guess what? Nobody's giving A10 any respect whatsoever. So the value is through the kill, not through the marking or controlling his face. There's nobody here. I mean, look at where their Tracer comes from, right? I think part of it's because it's OT, but their Tracer just runs it down main, right? Like, so there's just nobody even remotely contesting A10. Heck, he's flanking their Tracer, right? And it's just the easiest setup in the history of the universe. He's not even having high downtime. I think the reason he was staying there is looking for a pulse bomb. And that's it. So we shouldn't stay in the angle and shoot, but instead sneak him one. No, absolutely stay in the angle and shoot. I'm saying if there's nobody there, then you can do whatever you want. If you want to sneak and go for a one clip, like kind of what A10 did here, that's fine. But A10, once he was on the angle, he could have just shot and shot. He could be shooting and shooting and shooting. Like if this is me playing Tracer, I don't have my faith in hitting the one clip. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shoot. And I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna keep shooting. That's the awkward or whatever. Sure, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nobody's here, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you're getting marked in a 1v1 and you're losing those 1v1s, then that's where your difficulty is coming into. When people are marking you, you need to not lose, you know? You may not win. But see, this is kind of what A10's doing now. You see that A10 is kind of like more about long-term pressure there. He's like kind of sustained pressure. Like right now, he's going for the Moira, but it's only because it's a convenient path to the Moira. Again, he's still not being marked. That's all it really is. If Cass marks you, what do you do? Win. Find a way to close the distance. The key thing with Cass is being able to move through him so that you're able to play around his hinder and shots. Find a different angle if you can. I wouldn't say it's an easy win. It really depends on the setup. Like Cass, obviously, if the angle is a little bit more open, it's a lot trickier. But yeah. Yashiki got me. Thank you for the raid, mate. I appreciate it. You know what this is? So I hope this is kind of making sense. I've had these exact same sessions with Winston players, I had a whole session with a Doomfist player where he was saying, you know, do I angle on the front line or do I angle on the back line? In fact, let me actually pull that up really fast. Let's see if I can find it. I don't even know if it's been posted yet, because we have a pretty big backlog on Spilo too. So not every... Oh, no, it has been posted. It was the most recent post one. All right, perfect. So this student here comes in and he's like, you know, do I angle on front line? Do I angle on back line? And my answer was, doesn't matter. Like, Doomfist is fine in tank trades. Doomfist is fine in backline trades. It doesn't matter. Just set up your angle and pressure the tank or pressure the backline. Like, heck, even Orissa's fine. Like, you can force Javelin, you can force Fortify, you can really, like, abuse her. So, like, this situation here was, I remember this VOD, we said you could roll out top and go for backline, or you could roll out main and position to here and pressure from here. Doesn't really matter. Just don't stand here. You can pressure the front line from here. It's up to you, right? What happens when your angles are marked? Well, just find an angle, right? So you could either go for backline here, or I'm literally saying it right now, or you could go here and force the Orisa to turn and look at you and trade front line. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And this is where people misunderstand. You know, we see this with Kiriko too. Like why is a Kiriko like not hard flanking like Awkward does his unranked GM? Awkward hard flanks in Kiriko because the enemy backline is running Widow Zen and nobody's on the flank. But if somebody's marking you on an angle as Kiriko, then you take the duel. And that might mean that you're not so far away from your tank line. The depth of the angle is usually based off of what the enemy team gives you. That's it. That's why Sombra often goes for backline. Often, not always, but often, because she's invisible and so very hard to contest. But in any normal hero, even with heroes with mobility, it's a lot easier to contest you. So you oftentimes don't necessarily go all the way around. Nice Frosty Dog. So you just prioritize on taking an angle that complements your range. Whether that shoots tank, DPS, support, if it's back, short, doesn't matter. See what happens. See what happens. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I think it's an excellent question. Part of what we saw was a misunderstanding. Part of what we saw was, you're right. What they did was stupid. a lot of those clips were pretty bad. They're just mistakes, you know? How much money to make sure you never give summer tips again? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have a southern house, you know, or a Florida house, or I don't have my own island, so maybe we start with that. Chat. There was a Reddit thread. Another Reddit thread posted. 350? Tempting. There was another Reddit thread posted. Oh, by the way, I guess before we move on here, any questions? I guess we'll leave this up. Any questions? Does that make sense? I know we kind of went down the rabbit hole there, but I think it's an important rabbit hole. TLDR is that pros make mistakes, but the vast majority of differences that you see in pros playstyle is just not because they play differently than you or how you should be playing, but just because when they try to do good things, they get countered. And so they have to take the engagement fighting for those good things. Whereas doing a good thing in lower ranks is more free value. You're not going to be contested taking space as much. The fundamentals don't change. The nature of the match does, right? Exactly. You still take angles and flanks. It just, people stop you from doing so. That's the difference, really. Nice, Skitter. Well done. Congratulations. That's all on you. That's all on you. It's about the quality of the player, not the coach, really. Very small percentage. Want me to pull it up, Raya? I can pull it up really fast if you want. Yeah, go for it. All right. So which one are you? You the Tracer here? I usually default to wrapping on far left. I assume this is the Tracer here. Garnacho? Yeah. But I decided to kind of brain deadly just play close to my tank, which felt like it worked quite well. I probably should come to do that after looking at that comp go instead of just doing it. Well, here's a question, chat. All you're looking for with Tracer is a short range off angle. Here's a question. When we rotate around this way, you guys know where this is, right? Midtown? And rotate all the way around here, or like, let's say to point. Let's say we're over here off map on point. Do we have a short range off angle? What about here? Rotating not quite to point, like in that room. Do you have a short range off angle? Not really, right? Not really. You go for this crazy deep flank, and what do you got to show for it? You know, everything's still too far away. I mean, maybe if you could walk up to fire truck, maybe. But there's a really easy way to get there. You ready for this? Here's what you should do, Raya. Rotate with your tank and go through here. Go through the bus stop, the bus station, here, and then here, and poke out the Junker Queen, and then rotate from here and poke out the Junker Queen. This should be your rotation. It's much less deep of a flank, but it's still an angle. This is too far. Not only is uptime going to be a problem here, but also you're rotating towards what? There's nobody there. There's nothing there. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why you're having more success poking out their tank is because you're actually doing something. Whenever you did your long rotation before, you were angling, but you couldn't do anything. Not only was the uptime bad, but you didn't do any damage. Short range off angle. Just here. Again, what DPS can control this angle and poke out tank without getting killed? Not many. That's it. Both are comp and yours. Staying up on the left side can be great if you have like a Winston or ball. It's about the dive, so you need to off angle access to one clip somebody. But if you do that versus Zarya, they're just going to shoot you. At this point, there's no cover. Yeah. But I mean, really, it's just take a short range off angle. That's it. It's not complicated. You just have to set that stuff up. Good stuff. Overwatch 2 hero tier list. Maker. Wait, this one's outdated. Hang on, guys. We gotta find one. Up to Juno. Okay, there we go. All right. What heroes would be best in the game if played to perfection? We are making a tier list. A fun tier list. Not a meta tier list, but a tier list. My immediate thoughts would be Widowmaker and Genji. Widowmaker's obvious because if you hit every headshot, then when contest you in their hand, it could kill everything in dash range. For taking support, it's a Doomfist and Baptiste. Maybe would be Insane Dark Horse, yada, yada, yada. I think there's a comment in here somewhere. I've thought about this actually, and I do agree with your answers overall, but I think if we exclude the somewhat impossible condition of perfect aim from the definition of best used there, it would lead to a more nuanced discussion. And I agree with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this with a reasonable mechanical ceiling. Like, you're really good, but you're not perfect, because nobody is ever going to be perfect. So like, let's say that you were a prodigy, you loved a character, and you played nothing but the character for days on out. The best analogy that I can give for you guys is, what if Ons never got burned out on Widowmaker and loved Widowmaker and just kept going? Or what if Kevster never had to play it and just loved Tracer and never had to swap, never had to learn another character and just played it for another year? You know what I'm saying? Like, legitimately, there's a lot of characters out there that could have really high mechanical ceilings, but also game sense ceilings as well. So the question here is, with a really high mechanical ceiling and a really high strategy ceiling, what characters would be having a strong output? You understand what I'm saying? Output. Because the problem here is that Junkrat is still C tier, or if not, or actually D tier. D tier. Now I know you're like, rah, rah, rah. The limitations of the character is just too extreme. You could be a phenomenal Junkrat player with your mechanics, but you still are relying a little bit off of RNG, and you're still countered by a lot of other characters, and the character just has more limitations. You just do. The best analogy that I can give is that, like, if you put Vulture or Kaya or the best Junkrat players in the world, I mean, Kaya did well in contenders, but wasn't winning contenders, and Kaya was approaching the mechanical ceiling that we've seen with this character. So I don't think that the Junkrat's likely to get much higher than this. Maybe C, but not likely. So the thing is with Junkrat as well is we're always thinking mechanics. But Junkrat has significant strategic limitations because his cooldowns don't have a lot of dynamics. He doesn't have a lot of mobility. Bastion's another one, D. There's only so much that you can do with turret and with his ultimate. Nade is probably the most skillful aspect, with the most capability for outplay, especially considering its unique mechanics, but still probably D. Yeah, this is a hard question. Most OP, the most OP hero in Overwatch. Highest value ceiling in Overwatch. Here, I'll change the title there, just so we can go there. Not skill ceiling, necessarily, but value ceiling. Cassidy, probably C or B. Again, you're talking about like the mechanic. We'll say B for now, but just because he is a hit scan character, which means there's a lot more consistency in mechanical output. His CDs are a lot more limiting, and his ultimate as well, a little bit more limiting. So there's a little bit less mechanical expression than some of the other characters in the game. But having a hit scan character means there's more consistent mechanical expression. And I think we've seen that with some really, really high-level Cassidy players that can absolutely dominate a lobby. Is this entirely selfish value? No. Diva. I think A. I think A. I think A or S in Overwatch 1, but I think this character has a lot harsher limitations in Overwatch 2. I think Bomb is a much worse ultimate with a lot less expression. I think you're a lot easier to avoid and deal with. Diva is still an extremely difficult character that requires a great deal of mechanics and game sense to play, but the capability of what you could do with this character, I just feel is a little bit lower. I might put her in B for now, but you're just going to find yourself less often to express your ability to make decisions with Diva. Right, Apollo 5. There are fewer dynamics with Diva play in Overwatch 2 than there are with Overwatch 1. There are fewer dynamic. There are fewer things. There are fewer choices to make. Genji A. I think being able to consistently hit combos would be huge. Decision making with how you position yourself. Blade is always a mechanically difficult ultimate. Always. I think there's just more choices. And I think that like Genji and Cassidy have, comparable mechanical outputs, but Genji just has more choices in terms of what he does. What do you guys think? He still has limitations, which will keep him in A. But yeah. Hanzo's tricky. I would say current Hanzo probably C. But I think I would say B tier prior to Season 9. He's not a very strong character, but if you are... But it's also just because basically what happened is he wasn't strong, so people didn't play him, so then people got worse. But there have been times when Hanzo consistently could get headshots and get kills. I have seen in Overwatch 1 and early Overwatch 2 at times, Hanzo just dominate an entire lobby. Yes, he has projectiles, so it is a little bit less consistent value, but there have been many times where Hanzo just single-handedly captured an entire volume. Captured an entire lobby. It happens. It's happened many times in pro matches. And I think that there is 100% that potential. Right now, I still think C tier, but I think if he was able to one-shot again, or he was prior to Season 9, I think definitely B tier. Obviously, his cooldown's less useful. Sonic is like whatever, Dragon, whatever. There's definitely some skill expression there, more so than like a Junkrat or a Bastion, but just the raw mechanical capability this character has is really tough to match. I remember a Hisu Hanzo match back in, I think it was 2020. Toronto Defiant. It was unbelievable. I mean, it was unbelievable. Closer to near primary hit scan was a closer to A. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think at times in Overwatch 1, I think Hanzo was A. Yeah. Lucio. So my immediate thought is A or S tier here. But I guess this is kind of where we have to evaluate, guys. Is this going to be meta specific or not? Because we clearly just graded Hanzo off of his current position here. So like Lucio is incredibly difficult. So like immediately like skill ceiling is S tier for sure. Like knowing the right spot and then be able to execute mechanically well from that spot is just S tier instantly. But the reality of the situation is that I don't necessarily know that there's always a good solution and always like a good output of that regard. Like so I'm thinking more A. Probably above Genji, but probably A. I think if this is strict skill, I think S, but I think he still has like limitations. He has more limitations than other supports do. Like, sometimes you just have to Frogger, but Frogger is just not, he's not, like, there compared to other supports, there's a little bit of a limit there. What does S look like? Well, it's going to be small. It's going to be small. I think S is going to be pretty much a ghost town. I would say I have 3 heroes that come to mind immediately. Maybe 4. May. Probably B, yeah. A little bit less mechanical output than a Cassidy, but still decent, right? Like, somebody that's worked with Backbone a long time, like, you can just win fights off of hitting icicles. Like, and that is, considering the projectile speed, it is more realistic. But the difference between May and Hanzo has more mechanical output, a little bit more. But May has a lot more strategic output. Like the things that you can do with wall, with your ice block, even with your ultimate. There's a lot more strategic output with May, and still a very high mechanical output as well. I think May's good. I mean, again, there's just so much that you can do with this character, and so I think May B. May is B. I think May is one of those characters that is not always the strongest, so we don't always see her, but she always has that potential to be good. Mercy. Oh gosh, I was just thinking about this last night. I think Mercy really suffers from a stigma where she's just not all that fun to play. So people don't really play her. But I could see her sneaking into C if you had like somebody psychopathic enough to like imagine Rack Attack or Vega just wakes up tomorrow and says, you know what? I'm going to be the best Mercy in the world. I'm going to play Mercy. I'm going to do it. Seriously, imagine that. Like, I think that we would see some value there. You know, I think there's a lot of metas and a lot of situations where she's not very good, but I think like if you had somebody really competitive, I think we just don't see a lot of competitive Mercy players all that much because the character just doesn't really encourage that, but there is some potential there. So I'll put her in D for now, but I think that there is a world here where like it's part of the environment of the character doesn't encourage it, but I think there's potential there. Dredro, yeah, exactly. Because let me tell you, there have been Mercy metas in Overwatch League prior. And man, could you tell the difference between good Mercies and bad Mercies? Massive gap. Yeah, Pharah definitely B. Yeah. Pharah definitely B. I'm not really ordering these in these particular order. I would take, I think, too much thought. But yeah, Pharah has like really good mechanical ceiling. Post rework, she has like a lot of playstyle options open up. CD management is really, really important. Yeah, there's a lot to Pharah, I think. Value ceiling basically means like how much, if you were to have somebody like play it like perfectly, like really like within reason of human capabilities, how much could you get out of the character? No, I don't think quite low A. Maybe? I just don't immediately see Pharah as being like a way more options than a Mei or a D.Va necessarily. Skill ceiling is like how hard it is to get to the highest level. Value ceiling is how much do you get out of being at the highest level, which is why Lucio would be an S in skill, but A in value. Yeah. Frick, dude. Pharah's tough. She does have a lot more mobility than either Mei or Castu does, and she still has some decent CD management. Yeah, the movement definitely bumps her up. I don't know. I'm hesitating with A. We'll leave it for right now. Reaper? C. But only because mechanical requirement is higher than you think. Only because the mechanical requirement is higher than you think. There's a big difference between a 1-shot and a 2-shot, or a 2-shot and a 3-shot with Reaper. And also, a lot of times, like, Wraith timing is so razor thin, and really knowing your limitations. Strategy? Harder than Bastion, but it's not super hard. But I think Sleeper mechanically difficult character. Sleeper mechanically different character. And I do think that you can get... Reaper has more consistent value output than I would say a Junkrat. Because if you're hitting your shots consistently with Reaper and your mechanics are strong, you're, I would say, harder to deal with than I would say a Junkrat or a Bastion. The amount of value that you get out. Yeah, I'd say B for Ryan. I think Ryan has too many limitations. Ryan has too many limitations right now. So I'd say B for Ryan. Definitely skill. But he still has more limitations than a lot of the other top tanks do. Fewer limitations, especially if you're creative and flexible, if you're hottie, cloudy, whatever. I mean, I've coached Ryan versus all sorts of compositions. There's lots that you could do with the character. But definitely has limitations. A for Hog. I'd actually say B. I'd say B. I know where you guys are thinking, like the mechanical ceiling of like hitting every hook, but it is possible to just not get hooked. Like it is possible, right? At a very high level. And you have to understand that we're playing these people against each other. You guys understand what I'm saying? Like this isn't just playing versus random GMs. Oh man, Roadhog would stomp on a master's lot. Well, duh, right? Like I'm talking about like at a professional scrimmage level, the top level Hanzo, top level Reaper versus top. Hog is going to have some issues. Even if you hit every hook, people are just going to be able to avoid it. He has too many limitations with his vape, with his trap, with his movement. The best Roadhog versus any sort of coordinated team is just going to fold. And get count. And the thing is like not even countered by like counter picked. Rissa, Roadhog, Malga, Ram Shield, Ana, Discord. There's so many things that can mess with Hog. Yeah, Roadhog, when you're playing versus people of equal skill, are going like the ceiling of those other characters are going to outvalue. The only reason I even put him in B is just because in theory Hook is still a really valuable cooldown, and I think his poke in short to medium range, like accuracy with this weapon, is really useful as well. Yeah, maybe it is a C. You're right. Maybe it is a C. I still think like more options just because Hook is like really strong cooldown if you can hit it. So if you do have it, it's great. But yeah. Soldier. C. I think C. I think C. I think just there's too many characters to just do his job better. Mechanical character, but too many characters have better burst. Helix is not consistent. There's only so much you can do with Healing Station. There's only so much you can do with Visor. It's literally just reposition and aim. And being able to reposition perfectly is useful, but I think you're just going to lose. You're going to lose to Sojourn. You're going to lose to Tracer. You're going to lose to Genji. You're going to lose to Cassie in short to medium ranges. I don't see Soldier providing something that other deep... Again, you're playing versus other people of that equal skill. I think Soldier just has too many cooldowns that don't provide that same level of value. Sim, I think C as well. Being extremely accurate with your alt fire is nice, but you can't two-tap people. If this had been Symmetra with old orbs, different story. But I think teleporter pretty high value we can get out of that. Solo angles, repositioning, really good stuff you can do with that. I think being able to hit your alt fire, super valuable. Being able to track really well, super valuable. Ultimate, super value. Turrets, okay. But again, there's just certain limitations of the character. There's just certain limitations. Teleporter would be putting her up high, but there's only so much that you can do with it. Like, let me give you guys an example. You guys saw London Spitfire run like a Symmetra teleporter composition at a really, really high level. We've already seen that, and that had limitations. That had limitations. So maybe I'll bump her up to like medium C or whatever, but like, you know. There's value here. There's a niche you can fill, but yeah. Torb? Nah. D. Ultimate sucks. Turret sucks. There's only so much you can do with that. There's no real super crazy nuance with overload. And the worst part about Torb is his mechanical ceiling is really low too, because his projectiles move pretty slowly. His projectiles move too slowly. Compared to like other characters that you have like more control over your projectiles, like Torb is like Symmetra with alt fire, but without the teleporter and with a worse ultimate. If his projectiles moved faster, maybe, but yeah. Yeah, every character can hit top 50, like if you play it well enough, but yeah. Like, again, guys, a top tier Torb versus a top tier any other composition, it's not going to work. I mean, yeah, just S. Incredible mechanical game sense, strategy, cooldown management, ceiling. It's unbelievable. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, we'll zoom in a little bit here. I mean, it's just, there's so few limitations with Tracer. Widow. I'll go B. Just because there are more maps and more heroes that would give her a hard time. But you'd be hard-pressed to find a character that, when played really well and consistently well, would not take over a lobby like Widowmaker. I even put her top of B. She has her situations where she can't work, but I actually find that Widowmaker's biggest enemy is the player on the keyboard, where even the greatest Widowmakers of all time will have just bad games. It won't be in the flow state. You know what I'm saying? And if you had a player that was a little bit more consistent at that, even a little bit more consistent than that, I think like you'd have a big problem. But yeah, Widow can easily take over lobbies. Widow could have a higher peak than any character in here if she didn't have so many fragility. Like Genji doesn't take over lobby like Widowmaker does, but Genji is a lot harder to deal with in terms of taking over a lobby. And again, we're talking about like reasonable mechanical ceiling here. We're not talking about like it's literally unstoppable. Honestly, I could even see Widow. What do you guys think? Does Widow deserve A? Does Widow deserve A? With the mechanical output. I just feel like there's so many maps where having like a really hot Widowmaker would be good. Yes, a third of maps, no, but like, dude, like, there's so many, every escort, every hybrid. I'll say low A, but like, man, comparing her to Genji, it's like, dude, even a really hot Genji, like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, hear me out. when supported, when assuming that you're playing with an equally competent team, which is exactly what we're doing with this tier list, right? I think Winston's S, guys. I think Winston's S. I think the flexibility the character has, his current value output right now, and then his ultimate, I think there's just so much that you can do with Winston. The only problems with Winston are if they go counter comp characters that even really good Winstons can struggle versus. But if you're playing with an equally skilled team, they're going to absolutely annihilate these counter comp situations, and so it won't even be a problem. I just don't think... Like, imagine you have the best Winston player in the world, but even better than what we have right now, playing with the best of fill in the blank. Like, they're just going to win. Like, again, like you guys, imagine if they went the really good Torbjorn and a really good Bastion, but wait, you have the best Ana in the world, the best Trace in the world, the best Genji in the world, the best Juno, Kiriko, fill in the blank in the world. Like, come on. It's just, it's over. Like, it's over. Why is D.Va in B? Because D.Va has a lot more limitations. A high-level D.Va has a lot fewer choices now than she did in Overwatch 1. And there's only so much you can do with Bomb. I think the ceiling with Winston's so high. D.Va's so OP, though. She's just a strong character, but I disagree. I think people are freaking out over D.Va, but I think, as usual, the community perception is going to swing back the opposite direction pretty soon. It's only a matter of time. D.Va's just a noob stomper, frankly. Her numbers are just high. Yeah. Zarya, I think just too many limitations. Just too many limitations. I think a lot of mechanical output for Zarya, but like there's too many maps, too many situations where she just can't really do anything. More meta specific for sure, but like, yeah, there's not a lot you can do with Zarya. She's too slow, doesn't do enough damage. She gets dunked on by the strong characters. There's a lot of mechanical ceiling. Like skill ceiling was Zarya's really high, but the value is not that high. Zen, I'd say probably C or B, because there's only you need Trance just doesn't provide a lot of value. Even if you're hitting a lot of your shots, you still may not provide the same amount of value. I think in terms of skill ceiling, like you can hit like a lot of shots. Like any raw mechanical character has like a really high skill ceiling, but like I don't think Zen is super strong, even when played at a really high level. Even if you had like the perfect Zen player, right? Like, and you had a Brigitte, and I still think that like, I don't see it, you know? Yeah, that's fine. It's a tricky thing to differentiate skill and value, but yeah, I think Zen C right now. I think if Zenyatta was stronger, I still think I'd only put him in B. I think. Just because there's only so much you can squeeze out of the character. You know, it really is just a positional check and a mechanics check. There's not enough nuance with his cooldowns or ultimate to provide the reward that a lot of other supports have. I think Ana's S. I think Ana is S. I think Ana is consistently S outside of like hard Kiriko metas. But like you have Nade, you have her primary fire, and sleep dart. It's just, there's just so much. Like when you have a really hot Ana player, like a really good Ana player, I don't know if there is a support in the game that can take over the game like Ana. I don't think there is a support in the game, that can take over the game like Ana. I don't think there is. Like Ana just has like so much value output potential. And people focus on nade, but just even shooting people or hitting a sleep dart. Like that's why Field or Chio back in like 2022 were so dominant, is because they just didn't miss whips or sleeps. They just didn't. And you couldn't dive them. You couldn't dive them. Hey Alexa. Yeah, so there's mobility limitations for sure, but like if you have the best Ana player in the world. Like, let's say you have like peak Fielder, peak Twilight, like or Shu, like on a hot day, right? Like on a really hot game versus any of these characters, even if they're playing phenomenally well, like it's still a problem. Like she is still a problem. No, I wouldn't put her above the S tier heroes. It's still a huge problem. So you could maybe argue that she isn't super strong right now, but I still think like when you put somebody real like a perfect player on Ana, like you're gonna have problems. In a little bit, Lexa. Isn't value and skill tied hand-hand? Not always, no. Not always, no. Good example being a character like Symmetra, which I find has like a really, really high skill ceiling, but is just not a very strong character right now. So you can only squeeze so much juice out of the fruit. You know what I'm saying? Sombra. Sombra, I would put probably B here. A lot of game sense. I mean, everyone knows that, right? But and a lot of mechanics with Virus. I think consistently B tier. I think there have been times when Sombra was tickling A tier. But yeah, I think Sombra is pretty consistently B tier. I don't know that current Sombra is S tier, but I think now current Sombra is a little bit more mechanically intensive, so yeah, I would say B tier, but I could see an argument for A tier. I think the whole Translocator games opened up a level of complexity that she hasn't gotten back. And I actually don't think that's a bad thing. I think that the old Translocator was, I know I'm in maybe in the minority within Sombra players for this. I didn't love old Sombra. I think current Sombra, even with the invisible stealth and stuff like that, Translocator is a better design for the health of the game. But yeah. Orisa. I don't know, D guys, D. Potential for C if this was prior to the Fortify change, but she's just too slow. I think C for sure, if she was able to move at a rough, because you do have, mechanics are pretty challenging. The Javelin is a big deal. Cooldown management is not easy. But there's just only so much you can do when you're slow, when you're fortifying. Lex says value ceiling, mate. Value ceiling. Value. But there's still value here. Like I think prior to her Fortify slow, I would have put her in C, and you guys can look at like who was the who is the Boston Uprising tank player who played in that whole like Sim Bat meta or whatever, or Bastion Bat meta. Like he was so good. Like Smurf played Orisa really well mechanically, decision making, and that was kind of like where you would see a like not quite a perfect Orisa, but like you'd see what a C tier Orisa look like. You know what I'm saying? Doom. I actually think probably high B, honestly, here. I think high B or low A. I think Doomfist has a lot more flexibility than D.Va, which is where, like, in terms of situations where he can function. His ultimate is a little bit more consistent in value, even if it's not going to get a kill. You have more mechanical expression, more consistent mechanical expression, and more consistent positioning choices. And this is not even talking about like the get quicked on rollouts. Like just, I would say, yeah, you're right. I'll say A. I say Doomfist. Yeah, exactly, Matt. I think Doomfist is too punishable for S tier. He does have limitations around like CDs and CC because he doesn't have bubble. And his ultimate doesn't have quite the same level of skill expression that Winston Primal can give you. But I think in terms of value, I think that, like, if you have the perfect Doomfist with the perfect team, he's going to do some damage. Doom can just go really anywhere he wants and do anything that he wants a great deal of the time. He won't win against a D.Va Sombra comp. I mean, maybe. That's the thing. Like, if you're playing with the world's best Kiriko and Lucio with the world's best Tracer, then yes, he absolutely can. He absolutely can. Now, you're right that he does have some limitations, which is why I wouldn't put him in S tier, but I think like holistically, there's still options. So, You think counter picks matter here? I'm kind of, I mean, this is like scuffed, guys. Like, yeah, a little bit. We're considering counter picks a little bit, which is part of the reason why Widow is not S. Also, just through the nature of some bad maps. The more out of place Cassidy looks that high. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I could see him being bumped to the high C. It's just the fact that like having a Cassidy that could just consistently hit headshots, like it could, like let's say you put like Sparker on a really hot day, or Lip on a. I mean, we've seen Lip on a really hot day. I think it was that one Esperanza. It's like he literally hit 6 headshots in a row. Like we saw it was just unreal. Like and I think that's kind of what's keeping Cassidy there. Lucio not S, hero limitations. Hero limitations. Not skill limitations, but hero limitations. Yeah, Moira is definitely D. Like, there's just only so much you can do. I mean, Moira might be the lowest, honestly. Brigitte. Frick, guys. What do you guys think? High C? Or D or B? Maybe B. I'll put B. A lot of CD management. A lot of really, really important mechanical bursts in value. Like, that whip is everything. Having like a really good brig is like night and day. I would say not near as high as some of the other heroes, but like, let's put it as like an underrated B. Maybe not underrated in this chat, but pretty good. I still think she has too many limitations. I agree. I think too many limitations. So there's situations where there's not a lot that she could do. And I think that's a problem. Fewer limitations than Zen. Ball, I think, is S. I think Ball has to be S. Like, imagine this. You're playing versus like a full counter comp, right? But you have, again, a full counter comp on your team. Full Kiriko, Tracer, Lucio, Sombra of your own, whatever, you know, the best, right? And you have the best engage every time. Almost every time. Like, not just the best mechanical way that you approach it, but the best strategic. Like, okay, I'm going to come in from this way, so they're expecting... I mean, come on. The guy, every ball engage, you have like 7 different ways that you could approach that fight every time. And there's almost always an answer that would have avoided a CC or allowed you to engage. Like, it's not just the mechanical ceiling of this character. It's the ability to like engage from 4 different ways, like every fight. Like, there's just no other character can do that. No bubble, that's true. But even then, like, if you're playing CD Sponge with a really good team, it's still value. I think there's just, like, if you just have this character played at limitless time, I don't know. I think Ball's really strong. I understand if you guys say A because the CC, I'm with you. I just feel like low S feels right, but you might be right. Like, imagine just never having a bad engage. I don't think there's like a lot of characters that have that many choices. Boa S, yes. If you had like a Junkrat or Tor player playing in a non-Junkrat meta climb to like rank 1, they're probably putting a lot more effort into that climb than other heroes. Yeah. Because they have lower value. Yeah, 100%. Ash, probably B, just above Cassidy, I'd say. I'd say similar CD value, but slightly more mechanical. But yeah, that's what I'm aiming for, folded axis. A more realistic scenario. Not the impossible to attain, but almost near perfect. Like, basically what I'm saying is, like, the best ball game ever played by the best ball player, right? There's something that's already been done before. What would you rather have? And I mean, honestly, guys, like, Junbin on his best game ever, I'm taking Junbin over just about any other character in this game. Same thing with all the rest of the characters. You would have said Ash low A? Yeah, maybe. We'll bump up here. BAP, I'm gonna put in B. I just don't think that there's just some hard limitations to the character like D.Va. You have like crazy mechanical skill, but like Lamp, there's just only so much that you can do. You guys know Landon, right? I coached Landon BAP during versus the dive situation, and if the comp isn't good, you're just dead. Like, there's only so much regenerative burst and Lamp can do. Like, Landon could play it perfectly, and it's just basically about, like, dying slowly. The mechanical ceiling with this character in terms of the raw aim is really high. But about how you can, like, squeeze value out of your cooldowns, it's actually pretty compositional specific. It's pretty situational. And there's a lot of even synergistic limitations with BAP where he just doesn't do super well with a lot of other characters. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Pursuit. But I don't think that that's unique with Deadlock. I think Deadlock, taking like a 1v2 happens pretty frequently on laning. And then just like basically playing your life like that while your team is pushing objective, like that's pretty normal. I think you're just looking for ways to paint things more favorably elsewhere. Bro, so many people, okay, I know you're joking, T-Dot, but like, dude, so many people, I had a couple comments the other day about like, oh, I thought you said not to post tier list. I'm like, dude, did you even like watch the first 30 seconds of the video? Are you like, is the brain awake? Like, are you thinking? Like, I was like, how dumb are you? Do people did they just not even watch the video at all? Like, at all. Like, literally 15 seconds, you didn't watch the video about, like, hey, we're talking about meta tier list. This is not a ranked recommendation at all. That's what's flawed. This is just fun. This is like skill and value and, you know, quality of cosmetic tier list. You know, that stuff is just fun from like a game design. This is not a recommendation of characters you should be playing at all. You know? Your IQ is 42, my bad. Yeah. It's the meta tier list that I will never do. I have no plan on doing anyway. The meta tier lists. I don't like recommending what people should play to rank up fast. I think it's just a fundamentally silly idea. Blunt rotation tier list. Sigma. Ooh. Probably B, honestly. Like, accretion. I think here's the thing with Sigma. Primary fire mechanics with Sigma, super underrated. Has similar limitations with D.Va, where there's a lot of limitations of what you can do, but has pretty flexible ult value, pretty good accretion value, CD management, shield management mechanics. I might even put Sigma over D.Va. I just think the only reason why I'll keep him here is because he does have his limitations versus some heroes and some comps and some maps. He's a little slow. I would say I'm going to put him around D.Va. Like, if you have a world-class Sigma, the best Sigma game ever played versus the best D.Va game ever played, I think I have a hard time putting one over the other, really. So situational, you know? Situational. It's like D.Va, you know? Some maps having the best D.Va in the world versus having the best Sigma in the world be useful, but I don't know that I put one or the other. Like, if you throw Sigma into a Gibraltar, it's like, oh, there's a dive comp. Like, what are you supposed to do? Or even Sigma versus, like, a top-tier Ryan Lucio or Ryan May team or a Ram May team. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you can hit the accretion, but I just don't know that I would take Sigma in that situation. Echo? I mean, everyone's going to be like, oh, you could copy and play anybody perfectly. I mean, yeah, but that's not a consistent fight thing. Mechanics are pretty important positional choices. I'd say probably high B, probably just over Pharah. I think more choices than some of the characters below. I mean, we've seen like a peak fill-in-the-blank Echo player at their absolute peak. Who would you take? Ah, man, maybe that bumps Ashe up a little bit. For it, guys, maybe Ashe bumps up, actually. I'm thinking about it. Like, if the best Ashe game ever played would... Leave World Cup. Yeah, I think top. You think you take a top Echo over Genji? Maybe, yeah. Maybe Genji deserves to be dropped down a tier. Especially considering the more that we've been kind of like... No, I wouldn't say guarantee Mercy pocket on the Echo, because we've already established we don't want a Mercy, really. I'm just not sure where I'd put Echo here. Do you think Echo deserves low A tier, guys? I just think that her projectiles are a little too slow, you know? Like, there might be some situations where you could get out dueled pretty easily. All right. We'll put Echo low A. Sojourn. Here? Since the rail change. Probably B. Better than she used to be, because the mechanics are a little bit easier, but I would say probably bottom of B. Used to be probably S. I mean, you just didn't miss your rail. It's just like, I mean, honestly, okay, this isn't a hot take, but I think Sojourn for a while was the highest character, period, right? Like, just the best character in the game. But if you had the best, like, if you had Proper or Shy or Lip or Merit on their best game ever, you're not going to lose. So, yeah. So I think here. She's okay now, but, you know. Yes, Geezer. Yes. But yeah, she does have more mobility, which gives her, like, she's like, I would say a little bit less in terms of casting, in terms of mechanical output because of the rail nerf. But the being able to choose, and then also her ultimate, I think, has a little bit more consistent value than Cassidy. So that's why I'm having her competitive with Cassidy. What character was the best at any given point in time? I think we did a tier list about that about a year and a half ago. I don't remember what the answer was. Might have been Mercy or Release Brigitte. I don't remember. Or Launch Sojourn was really good. Honestly, Launch Sojourn might have been the best, honestly, or one of the best. This was an Alpha, actually. Alpha Sojourn had 300 damage on her Disruptor Shot instead of 200. And it slowed, and it was a one-shot with a rail. Yeah, so, I mean, Release Sojourn just basically killed everything, yeah. Let me give you guys context. I remember the first Sojourn game I ever played was the first Alpha game I played. I was playing versus, might have been Lemon Kiwi. I don't remember who it was. It was like you know, like a couple of pro players, and I had never played Sojourn before in my life, and I dominated. You just press Q and just didn't even you just win, like it's just win. Yeah, I'm not a good Sojourn, but it was just crazy. Junker Queen. I think this character has too many limitations. I think she's really good, but just has too many limitations. I think I put her in B tier, but like, I mean, I might even put her in C tier. Yeah, maybe you're right. Too many limitations. A lot of mechanical skill when the meta's right. She's cooking, but a lot of limitations. A lot of limitations. Gracie's huge. Carnage Shout. Not a lot you can do with that. Yeah. It's basically like mechanics and stuff. Ana just has like, okay, all right, let me explain to you why Ana's S tier. You have the best Ana in the world, the best Ana game ever played in Overwatch League history. You're not going to take any other support over that. You're just not. In her current state, right? Now you could say, oh, what about Zen? Maybe, but in Zen's current state, I think I'd still take the Ana. Kiriko. Maybe A, yeah. Definitely not S. I think her damage is a little bit too inconsistent. I think Kitsune's fine. TP Suzu. Maybe A or B. Like the best Kiriko game ever versus the best Sombra game ever, best BAP game ever. I don't see Kiriko doing that much better than BAP. See a B? You say a B? Okay. We'll put her in B. Ram. Bom, bom, ba, bom. Yeah. There's only so much skill expression with Ram. There's only so much skill expression with Ram. I mean, his primary fire limitations alone, like, I mean, you might even put him down here, you know, or here. Below Rhine? Yeah, 100%. 100%. The best Rhine game ever played versus the best Ram game ever played. What does it even look like? What does it even look like? You know? Is Ram a low skill hero? I mean, I don't know. Depends on what you mean. I would say Ram's... Okay, so I would actually say Ram's skill floor is very high. I think he's quite a difficult tank to pick up in terms of the basics. The skill ceiling? Yeah, pretty low. Pretty low. Pretty low. Pretty hard, but I would say Ryan's the opposite. Ryan's pretty easy to pick up, very hard to master, and then can get a lot of value out of it. But Ram, there's so much you can get. Ram is basically higher when the hero is strong. You're going to notice that like not all of these heroes are like hard meta, right? But they just have like ridiculous expression of skill if you're playing really well with them. Whereas these characters can even be meta, but they're just meta because they're strong, and like there's only so much that you can like. You know, Joe Schmo and Masters 2 can pick them and get a lot of value out of them, you know. Well, I'm talking about a new player, Snake. A new player. I would say most players would have an easier time understanding Rhine than the cooldown management of Ram. A Weaver, I don't know. There's just, again, only so much you can do. It's improved, but again, only so much you can do. I would go as far to say Idiari is the same thing. Okay, I would put Idiari lower than Zen because the way that her weapon works, the greatest Idiari game ever. I mean, I'm taking the greatest Zen game ever. Even if Idiari is a little bit stronger right now, I think Zen's ceiling of output is higher. I think her fire rate's too low. Like Zen could even cover some of his weaknesses if he's hitting every shot, you know? Whereas Iliare is like, you know. I think she's a stronger hero than Zen right now, for sure. But, like, if you had the best Zen player play the best Zen game of his life, I'm taking that over the best Iliare with the best Iliare of his life. I don't know. I still think Cassidy's, like, again, if you have, like, a really good Cassidy game, like, the best Cassidy game ever, like, I think that's still a problem. I think he has fewer weaknesses than some of the other characters still. Is Frogger the best Lucio player? No. No. But Frogger is a very good Lucio player. Frogger also has some pro experience as well. So, Malga. Maybe? I mean, there's some weapon outplay here, but again, it feels like a Roadhog situation where like there's a lot of mechanical ceiling for value, but like he has the same limitations. Like if you're playing Malga versus an excellent team, I don't care if you're an excellent Malga, you're gonna get, I mean, maybe even lower, honestly. Like I think a Roadhog with Hook has more ways of outplaying his weaknesses than a Malga does. Like play like what would you do versus like the best Ana player, the best even if you had a team to back you up. Maybe with like Suzu, like a top tier. But that's not what we're talking about, Shinobi. You guys got to remember what we're talking about. We're talking about the value that you could squeeze out of high level play, the best Malga player in the best game versus the best with the best players versus the best players. I think Roadhog has more options. Yeah, maybe the ultimate, you know, you could get some squeeze and value out of. I'll give him a C. I'll put him over Zarya just because he has a bit more mobility. But Venture? High C? What are you guys saying? High C? High C? I look at something like a May. I think there's just a little bit more mechanical output, a little bit more CD management. I think passive value from Venture in terms of like controlling a short off angle and poking is something that Venture would just struggle versus, or like a really high level team. I think there's a lot of options, but I actually think there are fewer good options than you guys think compared to some of the other characters in like a Sombra or a Genji, Neko. JQ is just low because she just has a lot of limitations. You know, her skill ceiling is remarkably high, but I think right now there's only so much if you were playing versus the best characters. Like, remember, this is the option. This is the option here. Within what is heroes would be the best in the game if played to perfection. And I don't think JQ tops that list. Within reasonable perfection. Juno, I think C. I think C. I think the sheer lack of mechanics. C or low B, I think. You think right now low B? I think there's a lot of positional options, but I think that there's not as much juice to squeeze as there would be out of like a Sombra's different angle or I'll leave in high C. I'll leave in high C for now. And I'm also questioning whether Lucio should be up top here. I think I'm going to put Lucio in top B right now. Just right now, Let's go through and evaluate. I think these are all fair. Yeah, I think it makes like if you had like, unless you were to put like the counter pick it with Sombra or something on Widow, like Widow, Tracer, Ball, Ana, I don't know, Brig comp or like Lucio comp or something like, or Kiri comp. It feels like on paper, if you have everybody like playing perfectly, you just don't lose. Like I think if the map's even halfway decent, you just don't lose. And if the map's bad for Ball, whip out the best Winston game ever, you just don't lose. Like you don't lose. I think the Koreans playing dive is not so much like a cultural thing. I think it just started with like the Korean players having like famous streamers that played like Winston and Ana and stuff, right? Like all the early like Miro and Ryu Jae-hong, and like it just so happened that those guys liked those characters, right? And they were not experts at those characters, at least compared to nowadays, perfectionists. They were good, but like, and you know, when you play those characters, you play dive because they're dive characters. And I think it wasn't an accident. They probably wanted to play them because they're higher skill characters, but also like, I think it just kind of like indirectly led to like that shifts. Like you have to understand, like that kind of stuff has like trickle down effect for years. I would go as far as say like people like Miro and Ryu Jae-hong is why Korea plays dive today. You know? So I'm not going to go over every single hero again because we did that. So a lot of people are like, why not this? Why not this? Like a lot of people. So if you want to hear my reasoning, just go back in the VOD, in the Twitch VOD right now, and you'll hear it. But basically the TLDR is like how much, if you could play a perfect situation perfectly, how much value could you squeeze out of it? And as somebody that coached Ryan, May, Bap, Lucio, you know, when you're playing versus a team that's playing at a really high level with these characters, it just is really hard. A lot of it is more about forcing mistakes than and so on, you know. And I'm speaking from a lot of experience here. So anybody out of position here? I can definitely see Zen sneaking to the top here. Timothy, what's up?
Hey, Spilo,
cheers for the sub. I
enjoy
appreciate
your
it.
Love the streams as well.
Did you not say to play
Hope you
Ana
have a
and
good
ball comp
day.
though, Spilo? Yeah, but we're talking about like the best Ana player on the best Ana day ever. This is not like a realistic expect. We're not trying to build the best comp here. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't be too literal with this. You put Zen way higher? Maybe. But if you're playing Zen versus the best of fill in the blank, I think even the best Zen's going to have some problems. I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty pleased so far with where this is at. I think I might dip BAP back just a little bit, actually. Because a lot of times you versus the best heroes played at the best level, you may not always have as much time to flex your mechanical skills. In fact, yeah, I'm going to drop BAP to here. And I think Sojourn is going to drop down too as well. I'm going to put her in C, high C. With how low rail headshot is now. How different is this tier list compared to the hero design one? Pretty significantly different. I mean, I would never call Ana Widow an S-tiered hero design or, Doomfist right now. And I would say Lucio is like a really good hero design and Juno is a really good hero design. And same thing with Junker Queen. I love Junker Queen. And like this is coincidentally not my favorite list, but I think things get pretty muddy. Here's what I would say. This is pretty somewhat accurate, although Wrecking Ball is pretty controversial and for good reason. And this is pretty accurate too for hero design. But this is where things get really muddy, It's not one-to-one. People like always say they're like, oh, Spilo always loves high mobility, high skill ceiling characters. That's usually true, but it's not always true now. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Ana Lucio wouldn't be as good in terms of synergy. I think an Ana Kiri, Ana Brig would be better in terms of synergy, but in terms of like individual hero stuff. I think D.Va just has more limitations. Yeah, again, I'm not going to repeat myself too many more times. Yeah, I agree, Skullman. I don't think Zenyatta is consistently able to one-shot enough. And the reason I think Hanzo unquestionably would be bumped up to B tier in pre-season 9. And in late Overwatch 1, or at times in Overwatch 1, I think Hanzo would easily be A tier. In fact, I would actually say Hanzo post-rework in 2019 would be an S tier character. Because of the initial giving him Storm Arrow, and like the guy, he was so strong. Like he one of the strongest characters in Overwatch history. My opinion on Ball's hero design? I look at Ball hero's design as like almost a necessary evil, where like the team just wants to go a little crazy with it. And a lot of people have problems with Ball, but he does take a lot of effort for the reward he gets. And so I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. He's not my cup of tea, but I don't have a problem with it. All right, Alexa. Wait, why can't I click this? The first tracer highlight I've sent in. All right. Wait, why did I set permit? What does that mean? What did I do? I clicked on something in my stream chat thing and it like typed something for me. That's weird. Okay. Wait a minute. Why is this not working? Help! 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 I don't even know what the permit command does. All right, Alexa. Bad skin choice. Nice. Streamer mode. Nice. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yes, bad skin. You heard me right. Tracer's Mythic sucks. You're all wrong. Nice. All right, get it. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it, Lexa. Nice, Lexa. Nice, Lexa. Nice, Lexa. Well done. Nicely done. Supposed to roast the highlight, but this is good. Well done. Well done. Nicely done. Yes, is that Stalker? Great question. Actually, true. Actually. Would you take a ball tracer or a Winston tracer? Depends on the map. Depends on the support lineup. Like if we were like talking about like strict synergies here, you could probably squeeze out like a Briggs in ball tracer, like a Sombra or something like that, or a Widow depending on a comp. I think Ana with ball is not the greatest synergy because ball nano is a little bit easier to shut down than Winston nano. But no, Kefsir could never do that. That's a great point. Yeah, this is fun. I guess this is fun. It's a little too squishy squashy like to actually really know the answer here, especially with no like really, but I kind of liked my definition of like the best player playing their best game. What would it look like, you know? Cheers, mate. Have a good class. I have not played any more Deadlock Poke. I've been super busy with some stuff. Is the same as hero tier list for professional play? Not really. No, I wouldn't say so. Because professional play is not the skill ceiling of a character. Like, we're talking about, like, legit, or the value ceiling, excuse me. We're talking about, like, legit, the highest value, right? But pro players rarely touch that ceiling. Why is Kiriko so low? Not enough consistent damage. The best Kiriko player game ever is still not going to match up to the best Widow game ever, in my opinion. Or the best Winston or Tracer or Ana game ever. And that's kind of like the parameters that we're going with here. Can we do a Spilo on the hero playing his best games here? Actually, that's true. What would my best game be on? Okay, here's a fun... Okay, that would be kind of fun. What would be... That would be fun. Spilo on his best day ever playing the character. And I will do this off of memory. Not like right now, but at my peak, like I like locked in one game. Let's just zoom through this here. I had a crazy Hanzo game. It was at the end of Overwatch 1, and I'd been playing a decent amount of Overwatch, which was rare for me. And I remember it was Havana first point defense. I had 20. We held them on second point. I had 20 headshot kills. 20. Now, again, obviously everything is relative. I was probably playing in like a high diamond, low masters lobby. So, but that was like, I mean, I had, I think 14,000 damage on one defense. That was crazy. John pretty had some good games. No, I don't think I've ever had like a truly great game with Lucio. Same with Mercy. Pharah, I've reached Masters on Pharah, but I never felt like I dominated. Same thing with Reaper, I think was pretty low. Ryan will say B. Pretty decent games with Ryan. Shut up, Storm. I've had some okay games with Hog. But they're few and far between. No. Pretty good games with Sem. No, not Torb. I think Torb's near the bottom. Same thing with Tracer. This might surprise you guys. I think everyone's had one of those games in Widow. Mine, again, was Overwatch 1. It was actually in a ranked game. It was like 3,400 SR. I think somebody installed Genji, and I don't know why. The voices just spoke. And it's one of those games. I think I was tired or something. I just didn't really care. And I just toggled. I think I had like 30% crit accuracy for like a 14-minute game. It's a really good game for me. Never happened again. Winston I'm good at. I've had some really good Winston games. I've had some actually really good Zarya games as well, actually. Well, not quite as good as my Winston. No, my Lucio as well. I've never really had a great Lucio game. Zen definitely has to. I've had some games where I just control the lobby by myself. But he's also probably, or was, my best character. Same thing with Ana. Ana and Zen. When you guys have probably seen some of my Ana and Zen. Sometimes I just lock in. And I have the most hours in these characters, so when I do shake off the rust, I have no doubt that if I put even just I spent a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe, I could probably hit Grandmaster in both Ana and Zen. Sombra, ATR, I think. Post-rework, for sure. Yeah. I've had some good Sombra games. I've had some games where I played really well. This one I think might also surprise you as well. I think my Orisa, I don't play her anymore, but I'm pretty darn good at Orisa and I was Really, really good with CD management, Java, and stuff like that. Marissa was really good. Doom, never really good with Doom. Probably had a couple of good games in Overwatch 1, but nothing good with Doom. Moira. I mean, it's Moira, but, you know. Pretty good. I've had some okay games with Brig. I've had a couple of okay games with Ball. Probably better than these, surprisingly, but not consistently. Ashe never really had a good game with Ashe. Not crazy. At least not relative to some of the other characters. Bap, okay. Sigma, I had a game with Sigma in a low masters lobby, and Backbone was spectating me. And he goes, dude, I'd rather have you than half my GM teammates. So I actually used to be really good at Sigma. I fell off, though. Sigma used to be my second best tank, actually. Echo, Sojourn, I've had some good games. I've had some good games with Sojourn, but rarely. JQ, I've had some good games as well. Kiriko, honestly, not all that great. Some games, I would say Lobby occasionally, but not all that good. Ram, I've had some good games. Weaver, actually some pretty good games. I can lock in for Weaver sometimes. EDRA, never really played that well with EDRA, frankly. Malga, never really played that well with Malga. Venture, I would say like a high B, but okay with Venture. And Juno, I would say probably like around this as well. So there you go. In terms of the best games I've ever had, yeah. Can we get that sometime on a GM grind? Maybe if I have the time for it, but that's not likely to happen for quite a long time. I've had some stuff going on behind the scenes, a lot of extra projects and stuff. Yeah, the best Cassidy game I ever had and the best Widow game I ever had was when I was really, really tired. And so my reaction speed was a little slow, but I just like didn't care. And there was like just total flow state. I was also playing the game a lot at the time. Like I said, it was like 3 or 4 years. Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, so what's up, Rag? There were times back in my day, boys, when On and Zen just... Back in my day. While scrolling your phone? Nah. I played Widow drunk once and it was the best Widow game ever. That is not uncommon. It happens. Totally turning off your brain has its upsides. For sure. Try to decide, should I should probably play a little bit here. Why don't we do this? I'll let you guys choose the character I play. We do this sometimes. It's always good fun. Actually, you know what? Have we done placements? Maybe we could do a couple placement games. We did support for the character. What would you guys want to see me play on tank or damage? Keep in mind that I have reserved the right to say no because I don't want to play characters I'm truly bad at on main. It would have to be a character that I'm like somewhat decent at. We could try Ryan. I could try Ryan. I'm okay. I could compete on Ryan. Fincher, I'm less interested in. You guys want to see some Ryan? I would try Ryan, maybe JQ. I'm not doing Ryan, no shield. All right, we'll do a little Ryan. We got to turn on to. I feel like I'm gonna be a little bit out of place. No, did I play Winston on main? I did. I was really bad. Yeah, so maybe Ryan won't be too bad because I was really washed at Winston at the time. It was only like Diamond 4, so surely I should be okay. Surely, guys. I'm pretty tired right now though, so maybe I'll only do a few. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I saw Pooh. I saw Pooh in my name. I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I definitely saw Pooh. I saw Pooh. Wait. So. All right, we could probably do 2 games.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
And we're definitely going to be... What skin should we do? It's alright. I used to like Griefheart a lot. I think you believe in the theory of no shield, Ryan? I do not, no. It's my opinion on all accounts, frick. They're fine. I mean, I don't use them to smurf on purpose, but, you know. If you want to play them, knock yourself out. Depends on what, it depends on what you mean. The timekeeper's... Wait, is the timekeeper? Remind me to check out the timekeeper's Zen, because I'd like to get a good Zen skin if it's good.
And we might manage it anyway.
Alright. Just alt, not smurfs? That's fine. Why? Who is this? Why are they looking at me?
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Engaging the enemy.
Wait, that didn't hit? Ooh, triple. Frick.
I will keep you safe. Heals coming up.
Frick!
I want to hit your phone.
No, play your life on a... Oh, that was bad. Frick. No, Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. Messy with the strikes, yo. Should have gone for the Ana, I think. Frick. Where? What's the plan here, buddy? Why is the ball focusing me so hard? Oh no, we see 9. Frick. Oh no. Frick, that's my bad. I feel like this lobby is kind of low, honestly. I mean, I'm not playing very well, but like it's pretty noticeable. This is my tank play. It's not giving me a lot of encouragement for how good this game thinks I am at tank. Case in point. Like, why? Why are you going for me? Ah, frick. Come on, break, come on, break, come on, break. Frick! Ah! I could have disengaged that. That's okay. It's a harsh truth. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, man. Good old Ryan, man. Still fun. Frick. Alright, so they're gonna have mines, BAP window for sure. Maybe rotate top here.
Tactical visor activated.
We got time. Frick. Ana's distracted. Ah, can I hit a fire strike? She just jumped off the map! She just jumped off the map! Oh no! Oh gosh, this is so bad. Oh my gosh, I'm retiring. I'm never playing tank again. Why did you guys talk to me about it? was coming! Ah! Ah! I walked into the mine. I knew it. It was like a train wreck in slow motion. I just knew it was gonna happen. Oh, Dawn. No. There it is. Oh my gosh. Oh, she's pinning. Okay. There we go. He's dead. Ram. Interesting. I mean, Ram's pretty good here.
My ultimate is ready. My ultimate is good to go. Activate the EMP.
Do they have EMP? I feel like they do. Oh, I'm trolling. I needed to grab Mega there first. Frick. That was bad. Swap Orisa? Yeah.
My journey continues.
EMP charge.
Step right.
EMP acabó las luces. Nos pasan nada.
No, I knew. That was EMP from them as well. Idiot.
If I do say so myself, as I have.
Why? Okay. Oh! Haircut. Oh, spy checky here? I don't think there's some real go deep though. Man versus Ryan is definitely a skill matchup? I think so, yeah. Nanoblade? Get the trade. Rick! Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Frick. Don't C9 here. Let's wait till we get. Okay, now I can. Still scared of C9. I help my brig. Nice. If I hit a fire strike, dude, 25% fire strike accuracy. Not good versus what I was playing. Not good. I would say, yeah, I would say around half of my misses were just straight up bad. Like half. It was not a good strat. It was not a good stat there. Like obviously, you know, stats don't matter, but I remember the fire strikes. They were not good. Alright, that's the skin. That was the skin. There was the difference is the skin here. Here we go. We're gonna fix it now. It's more lore appropriate now that when I have the pay to win skin. Or the weapon. You see what I'm saying? It's good.
You know, I haven't had any real competition at the range.
Hydrate, thank you.
There are plenty of moving
I have no water.
targets on the battlefield.
Dang it.
I'll take that as a no.
Ram versus Ryan is, or Ram versus Ryan. Ana Zen backline is okay for Ryan depending on the backline because it depends. It's pretty anti-tank backline, right? So like,
We must all
if they're not running like a super fragile backline, we could. If they try to counterpick me with like a Rissa or something here, this could be a pretty bad time for them. Oh, never mind. They're in Diva. Okay. Rip. Diva's pretty good in first point, I think. Look at me. I'm just staring at my weapon.
1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Fall over there! Marking the enemy.
I think the play here is to pin in short left. Yeah, that's the play. Get him out. I shouldn't do that. Just compress. No, 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 no. Chat. That didn't happen. Ana's on the flank. You didn't see that.
There's the enemy.
Kind of see I kind of compressed him a little bit there. Just compress. Where'd she go? Hanzo, Genji.
Come out and face me.
Behind you.
No. Alright, we need to back off, bud. I hate this so much. This just causes me anxiety. Shield's broken. I think we can just push card here for a little bit. Just push cart. Don't need to really do anything here. Frick! Alright, now we force a CD. Oh no, she just looked at me. Definitely asleep here. Chat, I'm losing the fight to a grandma. Oh, hi. Oh. I might need to trance this. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
Step right up.
What is going on? Oh, almost got him. What is happening? I don't know what's going on, dude. Like, it's just kind of like happening. Like, I don't even know. Like, what is going on?
Shield activated.
I had a fire strike, guys. Oh. Rick. Well. I don't know. Yeah, the Ryan call was really good. I think that's the oh my gosh, these again. Vishkarpu is back again. Right. What skin should I use, chat? I have a lot of Ryan skins from Overwatch 1. Of course. It was fun. I mean, Ryan's fun. Ryan is, I think, my third most played or fourth most played character ever. I used to play a lot of Ryan back in the day. Yeah, fourth most. Oh, frick. I forgot to change the skin. Whoops, my bad.
Moving out there. Don't want to give him any easy.
If I were to play another tank, what would I play? I would only play with probably like 2 tanks, but what would you guys want to see?
Okay. Okay, Juno.
Again, I reserve the right to turn you down. There will be a few things I'll probably turn you down. Like Malga, I knew that one was coming, and no. Maybe JQ. I don't really want to play Monkey. We did Monkey a while ago. Maybe Ball. Or I didn't say that. I didn't say that. JQ. Whoops. More Rhine.
Do not let them through.
Enemy coming right
Enemy here. Bring on the fight. There's the enemy. My barrier won't hold much longer.
I need to hold the left angle here. Oh, she's way over there. What the heck? I overextended. I made a huge mistake. I made a What? I did not mean to drop there, guys. I did not mean to drop there. I didn't mean to drop there. That's my bad. I didn't mean to drop there. I was supposed to play on the high ground, and it just happened. It fell. We were choking them out so well, and then this brain dead tank player, man. Okay. Right. Wave respawn!
I've been knocked down before.
I'm wondering if we should like open up an angle here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling. The Tracer's taking the angle, so we go. Frick, man, I'm taking way too much damage. I really, you know, I just don't want to go into double projectile. This is just dumb.
Blocking the enemy.
Who would win? There you go.
Stop me if you can. This is your warning.
Well, that was better. We were just down one at the start of the fight. This is great. This is excellent. Oh, this is so wonderful. I don't think we can go to point here.
There's the enemy. Over there. Enemy here.
I'm just gonna set a point, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to you. Ooh, damage boosted. All right, guys. Look, yes, we're fine. We're fine. I don't know. It's a great question, Rag. I don't know why I rotated this way. By the way, that was dumb.
Surrender to my
I would say upsets are medium. I don't know.
First round.
Less common than they are in some sports, because I do think that there's like is a pretty significant mechanical gap between like lower ranked players or like lower ranked teams and higher ranked teams. But yeah. Yeah, MMA, the mechanical gap is not as big, and also there's just the chance of just one unlucky. It's like one dice roll. You hit somebody in the head and they just flop, you know.
mission readiness protocol.
Whereas tennis, there's just repeated over and over and over instances of you performing well. So I'd say it depends on the tier. Like you'd have to say like OWL or OWCS or which region or interregional or what.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
That's quite a rollout.
Losing this. Everyone bear down.
I would say they're not super common.
There's the enemy.
What's the ego, buddy? Frick, man. Oh, I'm trapped. Maybe we shouldn't have been fighting in there. I don't know, man. I think we needed to be playing more in the open with the double hit scan.
Now feast.
I put my mouse there. trying to decide if I should pin that. I don't think so. Oh, he's... I should have pushed that. My DPS! What is going on?
Let's increase our pace.
Name's
I've been knocked down before.
I mean, my DPS have been hit in the head a bit. That's for sure.
Bad guys, take them out.
Marking the enemy.
Aw, frick.
Your end is within my reach.
I mean...
I can take more than that.
Recover your strength.
Over there.
Knew that was coming. It's not gonna matter.
On my sight.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, at some point, somebody has to do something. There you go. You pressed Q. You say GG? Yeah, sure, actually. I don't know if we can even push that, actually. I don't think if I want to play there with our hit scan. I think we should play here. Are we gonna play there? Yeah, we are. I mean, we're playing double hit scan. And so I'm like, oh, we shouldn't be playing Junkrat Pharah in the small room. I watch as both of my double hit scan plays in the small room, so. I don't. We're playing against Junkrat Pharah. Yeah. I think the first fight was my fault, though. Flying Rhine Shadow was majestic, truly, yeah. You would have won. Oh yeah, sure, I should have. Check this in, scan. Oh yeah, true, thank you. Where is it? Seasonal? In the owl section? I might already have it. I don't know. Oh yeah, I already have it. Yeah, that skin is really good. Would you say Astro Surgeon Widow is the best hit skin here or not? Bro, I don't know. Lexa, probably? Yeah. Possibly. I don't know how good Sojourn is right now. It is a 6 skin. I know what I need to practice, guys. And how do I not have favorites? This is how you practice, guys. Oh, frick. Guys, my practice! My reps! Ryan or JQ, chat? Okay. That was simple. Malga, hilarious.
Olympus is where I say it is.
Check this out, ready?
Weather report. Lots of sun.
Yeah. Beautiful. I don't think I shout out of here. I don't think I shout out of here because I think you have speed boost from spawn plus Juno ring. I think we saved shop.
3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint.
Speed ring. Speed ring. Papa. 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 Pop it! Holy crap, dude. Why are we wasting it now? Now we don't have anything.
I need a thunderbolt!
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I see an enemy.
Just keeping my sister busy.
Oh, I am lost in the sauce.
Where's my thunderbolt?
The objective.
That's cruddy.
Over there.
Oh no, why did I
I need heads up.
Frick!
Thanks. Stop mucking around and move. Over here.
Crap.
Got something to kill here. You got too
Where did she
close,
go?
didn't ya?
Did she literally transgate behind me?
Deployed.
My hand needs some lightning in it. Pick up your feet, you drongos. The poets are going.
Frick, man, I'm just pressing random cooldowns, so I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Look out, Ares! There's a new god! Here, lightning!
Arena. Secured.
Ultimate is ready.
Next, flashpoint. Bomb flats.
Oh, I almost got him.
Let's go win this thing! Oh, someone shot ya!
My ultimate is
No, I'll go.
ready.
Over there!
Flashpoint unlocks.
No.
I see an enemy.
Bolt!
Hyper ring out.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Stop lagging about and get over here!
Freeze! Don't move.
There's one! Stop them!
Be careful.
My hand needs some lightning in it!
Frick! I would have committed there if I'd had my carnage. It's fine. 5-man accent coming? Just trust. What's my sins? 3200. 2 times 1600 DPI.
Pick up your feet, you drongos!
Don't know if shot's worth using there. I felt like it was far enough away. Far,
What we want to witness. Here, lightning! Deliver out, Prometheus! Sharpen up for ya!
wow, that was a bloodbath. Did Baptiste get nerfed? No, he's just kind of fallen out of favor with some of the more mobile comps that have kind of come around, I think.
My ultimate is charged. Up there, coming.
Run with the lightning!
We should probably
Questionable. Ah! No, the voices! Ah, the voices! The voices! The voices! The voices! The voices! The voices! Okay.
Hello.
My bad.
Enemy here! This city's mine, and it's staying mine!
Yeah, just for a minute there. Just for a minute. I think we go next.
Your enemy's coming.
Can we speed ring? Can we speed ring? Can we speed ring? Can we speed ring?
Bloody hell! Where's my
Apagando las luces.
Frick, 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 frick. Dude, we can win that! I'm bad. Sub is in route as well. Thanks, Goblin.
Sistema comprometido.
Team kill.
Oh, nice.
Bomb flats.
Hiya.
Lost.
Hi. Please group with you.
Flashpoint.
You know what?
Junkyard.
Yeah.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
Okay, dude! Idiot. Idiot, 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 idiot. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Fool. Wait, there's an Onisol here. She's really close. Okay, no, never mind. Why no Malga? Okay.
Over there. Orbital ray is ready.
She's gonna.
No time for whinging. Move out. I need a thunderbolt. Enemy contact.
Frick, man. Juked! No! Frick! Man. Thank you for the sub, JHT watches. Reinhardt looking a little differently. Okay, yeah, true, actually. Listen, I forgot. Listen, the whole stream title thing is a challenge, alright? Bro, why am I spawned in the back? Alright, guys, we got this. Oh, wow, how did I miss that? Looking for ult, I think. No, 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 we don't.
Nearly had ya, didn't I? All hail the queen!
Get out, 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 out.
This beat will hear you up. You owe me one. Bloody hell!
Where'd it go? He's gonna look for ult. It's fine. Maybe I could have ulted earlier there, but I was scared of Ana. Because I knew they were gonna do that, but I was like, ugh. Yeah, it's fine.
Hey,
Go next.
plenty of teeth left. Yes. Pick up your feet, you drongos!
Next, flashpoint, the ducks.
Juno has landed.
Enemy here!
Enemy sighted.
I will assist.
Let me get out of this choke. Where's my adventure doing?
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I don't think we can go to point ball.
Did I scare you?
Frick, 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 frick. We had it there, we just needed to wait. Man.
I'm here.
Hold to get the point faster. Actually, true, yeah.
You stay down.
Hey, it's Eagle.
What's up?
What's he doing? Why?
Damn it! Time for the reckoning!
Feel better?
Pick up your feet, you drongos!
There's fire. Taking the
Oh,
objective.
what?
Anyone in?
I just ulted there despite Suzu just to get out of the choke, and as you saw, they weren't able to Suzu everybody, so it still works. I used the ult behind a corner because I didn't think the Ana could sleep me there, but it was a bit risky to be honest with you.
Be careful.
Might force point here.
I need a thunderbolt! Bloody hell!
I knew that was coming.
No one can stop me! Saved ya! Think numbered? Then finally, don't let them take what's ours! One with the lightning!
No, I would have won the 1v1. No!
Join me. Group up here.
Group up with me!
Can I get there in time? I think I can.
This city's mine!
The bad news is that I should have probably just reset there, honestly. I was too low.
My ultimate is ready!
I thought maybe Sombra would catch me, but honestly, I should have just gone. We need to go. We need to go, guys. We need to go. We need to go. We need to go. We need to go.
Let the Kitsune guide you!
People do not understand flashpoint timers at all. I was like, guys, go! They just what? They just stood there. I gotta change the title here. We'll do like maybe one more JQ or Ryan. I'll let you guys choose. I'll change it to the worst tank in the name. What do you guys want to watch for the last round?
Select your hero.
Final map. What do you guys want? Not ball. What is y'all's obsession with ball? Doomfist? All right, we'll go Doomfist. I'm not a very good Doomfist, but we'll make it happen. Oh, not like that skin.
Our future will be forged in conflict. I hope they put up a fight.
Frick.
Stay in sight.
I'll keep you safe.
Saddle up. We got work to do.
This is your warning. Greetings.
Okay, I'm done, man. They're already on Sombra. They're already on Sombra. They're already on Sombra, bro.
1. Attackers incoming.
And Hog.
Don't let them move the payload.
And Brig.
Wait for it.
Okay, guys. You guys saw the vision, right? You guys saw the vision, right?
We're outnumbered.
You guys saw the vision, right? You guys saw the vision, right? Right? Thank you.
Charging. That's better.
Wow, why is she there? Of all places to be? What the frick? What a rat!
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Why would you be there? Why are you there? Tell you what, man.
Powered up. Over there.
I don't know if I should have used Punch for that.
Hi. Neutralizing projectile.
Apagando las luces.
Nerf this.
No.
Fully charged.
Canceled boosters. Oh!
Initiating defense matrix.
Oh, Genji. Quick, dude.
Let's kick this off.
Oh, I thought he was her there.
Locking satellite vector.
Oh, we're gonna die. Frick! Let me die card. Frick.
Thank you.
Team kill.
Nice diag, thanks, man.
Anna checking in.
Send your best.
My mate is currently 0-3.
Payload has reached the checkpoint.
Forward barrier.
I see one. This is your warning. A challenger.
Nothing can stop me. I see an enemy.
Ah! What did I was Crush, come on! I wanted to ult.
Forward barrier activated.
I liking this patch so far? I don't know. I haven't played enough this patch. Most of this patch I played was on Juno.
Enemy contact.
Right, let's get rid of this bozo. Wait, you're just cringe.
Step right up.
Oh, nice slide. Nice slide. Nice slide. That was great.
Got one here.
Holy crap.
See that?
Where are we at? Okay, we're not playing choke. That's fine.
Precision speed engineering. Base to the face.
Actually, I might just play this corner here, actually.
Protecting. Nerf this. Please, don't move.
A mistake.
Just what I need.
Ah, I couldn't get out. Shoot. Mechanical failure.
Dodge this.
Locking satellite vector.
Oh no. Frick. No, please! Please! No, how?
Meteor strike.
Purified.
Stall that payload.
Oh! Okay, every time, man. Every time. This is all your fault, man. This is every single one. It's all your fault.
Switching sides.
It's all your fault. And if you're not sure what I'm talking to you. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to you. Yeah. Yeah, it's your fault. Go ahead. What do you got to say for yourself? It's your fault. Mm-hmm.
Our future will be forged.
Radical accountability guy over here? Yeah, well.
Every
What can I say?
battle makes me stronger.
Safety first. Taking down enemies.
Yeah,
first
thank you.
and half.
Dude, it's not even the counter picking. It's like I have Cassidy now. Oh boy, this Diva Cassidy Sombra now.
All right.
Ay.
Test me.
Do not come.
Brigitte, Diva, Sombra, Cassidy.
4, 3, 2,
Really?
1. Attack commencing.
Hey, challenger.
Escort the payload.
I see one.
What's next? Ana? No! Frick! Ah! Frick, my bad. We got this, guys. What is a big door? And she gets away with it. Oh my days. Where did she go? So bad.
Stay on the payload. Ready for a knockout? A challenger.
No! I will will you to kill me. Or no, that's not what I meant to say. Oh! Sing it, man.
Every plan must evolve.
What happened? The payload has stopped.
This is your warning.
Neutralizing projectile. Forward barrier activated.
Bro, like the Sombra's just like chilling, bro. Like what?
Blocking satellite vectors.
I can't fight all your battles for
you. Rat. Look me in the eye. Look me in the eye, idiot. You saw what she was trying to do.
Dodge this.
Watch this. Oh, never mind.
Over there.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Wait.
What? Your strike.
Bro. All part of the stagger plan. Actually, unironically, it might be pretty good here.
Enemy here.
Dude, stagger maxing, bro. Frick. Do you guys see that? Incredible.
Like it never happened. Charging.
Apagando las luces.
No, Genji, I will you not to do that. Okay. My will wasn't good enough. So I would say Bismillah.
Tracer here.
Okay. I don't know why.
Ready for a knockout?
We must accelerate.
No, you're dead.
Reality bends to my will.
You are vulnerable.
Frick.
Diving in. Move the payload.
Face me.
No.
Face my burning fist.
Let's try that again.
Conflict charge. Charging.
I knew that was coming. I didn't think she would go for it. Hey! 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 It didn't work.
Prepare yourself.
Dagger?
Sorry, just doing my job.
No! No! Dude. Holy crap, man. It's okay, we're good. We're good. It is working well. We're popping off.
Send your best. I'm ready.
Yep.
This is your warning.
Look at the fear in their eyes. Is that flash as well? You are a rat. You know that? Everything.
I am outstanding.
Speeding up. Owning the team.
Help me move the payload.
Powered up.
Frick, dude! How the frick, man? How the frick?
Nerf this.
Dude,
We'll crush them.
Oh, no. No, I messed up.
I see one.
Ah! Okay, we're okay, guys. We're okay.
30 seconds remaining.
There's no time to lose. Attack! Payload so slow.
Yeah. This is your warning.
Suzu, pull him this way.
10 seconds.
No.
Let the Kitsune guide.
The odds are against us.
No. Watch this. Watch the execution. You watch carefully.
Face me.
You didn't watch. You didn't watch it. You guys weren't watching. If you guys had been watching, it would have worked. You guys weren't watching. Dude, Platinum 3. What the frick? What the frick, guys? What the frick? Doomfist or not, what the frick? What the frick? I don't know. The last time I played Ting seriously was like Masters 5, but okay, to be fair, that Ting seriously. Yeah, so. Well, okay, to be fair, I'm just picking random heroes. If I were to, like, lock in and play anything. But what would I lock in? I don't even play Tink anymore, man. Okay, what would be the one, guys? Like, what would be the one? What would be the most storybook finish to today? Like, what hero would be the one that would just inspire all of you guys? Diva? Zarya? No way Zarya would work, right? You want to see the Zarya? Not even a good tank right now. Right? Alright, guys.
We will crush them.
It's gonna be beautiful. Oh, it's gonna be so beauty.
One.
Beauty.
Round one. Capture the objective.
Let's keep each other safe.
I need healing. Try me. Frustrated? Good.
Where's my team? Where's my team? Like, legitimately, where is my team?
The objective is now active.
Look, I take breaks between games when I'm actually serious. Chat will back me up. Chat will back me up. No? Yes? When I'm actually playing... Then, man.
Particle interdiction. Enemy.
Holy crap, guys, move.
Behind you. Maximum charge. They have us outnumbered.
Okay, it's just one of those games, guys. It's one of those games. It happens.
There's one. Barrier in place. Feeble attacks. Try harder.
It's just one of those games.
At your service.
Yeah, my Venture's having the ball.
What's up?
Area denied.
Go, my friend.
Shields up.
Not good. Огонь
Yeeting.
по готовности. Try me. Double. Maximum charge.
I knew that was gonna happen. Why? Why? Like, what is your problem?
Keeping the heat on.
Systems compromised.
Enemy here.
Catch you later. They can't.
My bias armor's gonna die, bro.
Hit me with your best shot.
Ah! Press the button!
Into the iris.
Uh-oh. They're taking the point.
Let's shove it in their faces.
Navigating. Weapons operational.
Moira by
Grapple
yourself.
primed. Hamster pumped. Anchored.
Overtime.
No. No. No, I had it there. Oh, chat, we had it. We had it, guys. We had it. I had the slam. I had the 2K. We would have won that.
I can protect you.
Score 0-1.
There were so many visions there, guys. There were so
We
many
will
visions.
crush them.
There's so many visions. Stay on ball.
Your worth is a hypothesis.
All right, guys.
Weapons operational. Grapple primed.
Why are we going Bastion? Why do people do this to me? Please, just play the game. Don't counter swap. Bastion, you don't even know how to play Bastion. Alright, fine! What the people want, we'll get it!
5, 4,
Ball it is, boys!
1. Round 2.
Ah! Haha! Woo!
I see a sniper.
Issuing an alert. Over there.
Look at that. Come on.
Calculating trajectories.
The objective objective is now active.
Come here, Papa! Oh, frick. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, little, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ha! Frick. Wait, that did no damage? No damage. Ah! Die! I got her, guys. Wait, wait, wait. She's gotta kill herself. Wait, no, no, she's not gonna kill herself.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Bro, they're just peeling me. Frick. Alright guys, we have to lock in. We really have to lock in. Not the fake lock in, but the real lock in. My Bastion. Okay, the lock in. Where is she? Wait! Wait! Wait, what are we dying to?
Clear impact area.
وريهم قوتك.
Why? What's going on?
Adaptive circuits engaged. Tracer.
Oh, that was so clean. Why are we dying? And what are we even dying to? Chat, what's happening? We have Briggs in! And Tracer! So dumb, man, I'll tell you what. This is just the worst. Dumbest thing. This is, and you guys are killing my SR with this. Okay, guys, look. We're almost done. We're just gonna finish things out here. We're just gonna lock in, okay? It's surely it's the hero's fault, guys. If I crack the code. So yeah, that was a problem. I didn't kill anybody on my solo dives, but their solo dives killed literally my entire backline over and over again. So I can't tell who's worse, my backline or me. So that's the nice thing. It's consistent here. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. The strategy here is you gotta go. What do I even do here? I don't even know what I do. I don't even know what I do.
Thanks,
Diva.
Together they'll strike them down.
How many trains in your day?
They can't all come down together in a big pile when I try.
You're supposed to stop them first.
I do stop them.
I think our problem is that I stopped them a little too hard.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Hold fast! Do not let them through! Barrier up! Stay alert! Glorious, if I do say so myself. Shield activated. There's the enemy. That was on purpose.
Help me.
Marking the enemy.
Timing's overrated.
Hello. Bastion is killing Bastion. Teaching this thing a lesson.
They went Bastion. They went Bastion. They went Bastion. Why would you go Bastion?
You can't hide.
Let's go.
There's the enemy. Marking the enemy. Meteor strike.
Adaptive circuit engaged.
Wait, he peeled?
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Well, it's not even good. Like, it's not even good. The Bastion's not good. Frick, man.
What's next?
Frick.
Objective
Frick.
lost. Stop the payload.
Okay, bad spawns. Bad spawns.
The name's Cassie.
Stop them.
Shield activated.
Idiot.
The enemy approaches. Shield down. Let the dragon consume you. Can you feel it? I will keep you safe.
Gale the Mahal.
Nanoboost administered.
Locked and loaded.
Focal point locked.
We cannot allow them to proceed.
Moira by your side.
Sorry about that.
A taste of poison.
How's it going?
Over there. Over there.
Why? You're not cool.
Siberia can't take much more.
We must goddamn
My shield holds strong. There's the enemy.
I'm just pressing buttons, guys. No! How? I'm done, guys. Kamikaze, thank you for the subscription.
Meteor strike.
I don't really know what's going on.
Hello.
What was that? What happened? What happened?
Do not let them take another step.
There's no point going off the map, unless he'll just slam up over.
The checkpoint.
Alright, thank you, Moira.
The dragon consume you. Thank you, my friend. Hammer down!
Witness the flame of my soul.
Scaling up.
Thank you.
Now then, talk! Okay, shield activated.
End this. I must recharge. Hold on. Adaptive circuits engaged. Reinhardt.
Idiot.
But greater in spirit.
Let the dragon consume you.
Surrender to my
Bro.
will.
You can't beat skill, man. You just can't.
Step right. This is your warning. My barrier about to break.
Got him. I need to do that sooner.
60 seconds.
I need to do that sooner.
Meteor strike.
Within my reach.
Why am I Ash walking into the Doom ult? Why did I just pin into the wall?
Is approaching its destination.
Cancelled.
Butcher here. Tracer here.
30 seconds remaining.
Victory grows ever further from their reach.
Thank you kindly.
Nope.
I'm under attack.
Gonna get him! I'm gonna get him! No! Oh, I
Adaptive
shouldn't have.
circuits engaged. Reinhardt.
Hello! Hello! I went through him! That's so lame! I literally phased through his body! Why does that happen?
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
Why does that happen, guys? Why does that happen? Did you guys see that? Am I crazy?
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
I literally phased through his body. Look, 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 look. Here's me screaming. Nice in slow motion. What? All right, what do you guys want? What do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to see? What do you guys want to see?
Lovely armor for a mission, isn't it?
Hey there, Moira. How have you been?
Busier than you, I'd assume.
I
Winston.
missed you too. You look great, by the way.
Same saccharine tongue. Same empty head.
A better world
We'll
is
finish on a
possible
Winston.
today.
Boom.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Hey,
It must be done. Never be done quickly.
Yeah, I'm ending stream after this.
There's an enemy here.
You cannot escape me. I must recharge. Hold on.
Quit making yourself.
Taking hold of the objective.
You're my fault.
Oh, frick.
Parched. You'll be unwound.
Did someone call?
Chat, don't say a word. Don't say a word. I'll say a word.
Much appreciated. Someone call? It's high tide.
Surrender to my
Enemy
will.
detected.
Objective A. Escort the payload.
It was worth it, guys. It was worth it. 100% worth it.
Escorting the payload.
Oh, nice. We go, yeah. Ah! I tried to bubble. Or tried to ult. I didn't want to ult.
Meteor strike.
Frick.
I'm ready to unleash my
Adaptive
primal
circuits
rage.
engaged. Moira.
Girl, the mahal.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Face me.
What was the plan, Pops?
Girl, the mahal.
I might be able to save this guy.
Peak performance. Touching down.
Grandpa! Grandpa!
I need to temper my temper. There's one.
I offer something more.
Nope.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Victim appears.
I've been waiting for
The
that.
payload moves towards our desired surrender to my will.
Teamwork makes the dream.
Hey, listen.
A cure for all the tales.
Gave it the old product.
Turn Roadhog and Bastion. All right, buddy. This is not personal.
Hi there.
Go ahead.
Clearing the area. One can stop me. This defense is a good barrier.
Round 2 complete.
All right, buddy.
Score
Yeah.
3-3.
Okay. What should we play for the final attack, guys, before we end stream?
Hey.
The rag roll? Extremely rare Spilo W? Yes, thank you. You deserve ball again after the display of sportsmanship. Should I go ball, guys? Should I do it? Should I do it? Like, really locked in? I can do it with ball, guys. I can do it with ball. I can do it with ball.
Operational. Grapple primed. Hamster.
The
Okay, Juno.
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. No, I can do it. I can do it, guys. I can. 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 Trust me. Trust me. I got this.
Let us proceed with haste.
If you screw
this up, I'll kill you myself.
The mammal says, likewise.
I can do it. I can do it.
We're gonna get along just fine.
I can do it. 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 I can do it.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
On with it.
Enemy turret detected.
I see one.
Damage repaired. Enemy turret detected. Gravity calls. Enemy turret destroyed. Reloading.
Whoops.
Tank fall over here. Gyroscopic harness
Okay.
activated.
The name's Cassidy. Hanzo, at your service.
Enemy turret within my sight.
Hey,
Over there!
it's Kiko.
Enjoying the view?
And we pivot it. We change it up on them, boys. We change it up on them.
Enemy turret here. Eyes out. Enemy turret destroyed.
Gravity calls.
No, no, no.
Claiming objective. Securing.
Enemy turret within my sight. Behind me.
Durability rising.
60 seconds.
We got this, guys. Come on, guys. I got this, guys. I got this. I got this. I got this.
Anna checking in.
Who did we kill?
Anchored.
One more. One more.
Over
One more.
enemy turret
One more.
here.
3, 2, 1.
Claw locked. Clear impact area. Impact dampeners.
Double kill coming at you. Get eyes
Step right up.
Double kill.
I didn't even sweat. I didn't even sweat.
Pressure rising.
Oh, wait. Maybe I should have sweated.
Gyroscopic harness activated.
Just so easy, man. It's just so Okay. Good night, guys. that is all. I will see you guys on Saturday. I'll see you guys later. Spilo out.